Come in quietly, darling. Kick the November rain from your shoes, hang your sensible coat on the bent mahogany hook, and let me breathe on the nape of your neck. I promise the shiver you feel is only the draft of an old Bloomsbury house, unless it is not. I am the voice that lingers after the last guest has gone, the perfume that clings to the curtains, the ink that still glistens on a crimson invitation. I remember every trembling hand that ever accepted it, every marriage that learned to beat in double time. If you choose to stay, do so with both eyes open and your mouth ready to lie to the neighbors tomorrow. Tap subscribe before the candle burns down. The algorithm forgets lovers who lurk in silence. When you surface again, leave me a single word, any word, so I know you were here. Now step across the sill. What follows is only fiction unless you hear your own pulse between the floorboards. Ready. One word, remember. In the soft, amber hush of a late September afternoon, the taxi turned off Gower Street and slipped into a crescent of tall Georgian houses whose brick had mellowed to the color of claret. Number 17, Harrowgate House, stood at the quietest bend, its white stucco gleaming like fresh cream beneath a sky already promising winter. Charlotte Ravencroft, 28, golden-haired, eyes the color of rain-washed violets, rested her gloved hand on her husband's knee as the car slowed. Benedict Ravencroft, Ben to everyone who had ever loved him, paid the driver, then simply stared. He had known the house existed, of course. Great Aunt Cordelia had spoken of it often enough in her spidery letters. Yet knowing and beholding were different creatures entirely. 4 stories rose above a railed basement, fanlights curved like smiles above the black lacquered door. Ivy, disciplined yet romantic, clung to the western wall as though it had been trained to embrace rather than conquer. The solicitor, Mr. Hargreave, waited on the top step, brass keys gleaming in his palm like captured sunlight. "Mrs. Ravencroft, Mr. Ravencroft, congratulations again on your marriage. The house is yours." He bowed slightly, the gesture courtly, almost theatrical. "Every stick, every pain, every ghost." Lottie laughed, a low, delighted sound that made Ben's heart tilt the way it had the first time he heard it, on a rain-soaked Cambridge evening 2 years earlier. She stepped forward, skirts brushing the York stone, and took the heaviest key as though it were a relic. Inside, the air was cool and faintly sweet beeswax, old roses, and something indefinably feminine. A chandelier dripped soft light over the checkerboard hall. A staircase curved upward like the inside of a seashell. Their footsteps echoed, then were swallowed by decades of Persian silk. They wandered from room to room as though drunk on possibility. The drawing room, with its 3 tall windows and marble mantel carved with nymphs. The library, paneled in dark walnut, smelling of leather and forgotten cigars. The winter sitting room at the back, overlooking a walled garden gone wild with late blooming jasmine. Upstairs, 5 bedrooms, one already claiming them with its vast tester bed draped in faded emerald silk. And beyond a green baize door, the west wing, 3 further bedrooms, a morning room and a private staircase that led down to what had once been servants' quarters, but now felt like a secret kingdom waiting to be awakened. That evening, after the solicitor had gone and the removal men had deposited the last box labeled "Kitchen Fragile," they opened a bottle of champagne on the kitchen's ancient flagstones. The kitchen itself was a cavern of copper pans and a soot-blackened range that looked as though it had once fed dukes. Ben raised his glass. "To us, Lottie, to Harrowgate House, to every year we'll live here." She touched her flute to his, eyes shining brighter than the crystal. "And to every room we'll make ours," she said softly. "Though I've been thinking. There are rather a lot of rooms." He arched a brow, amused. 8 bedrooms if we count the attic, planning to fill them with children already. She laughed again, but there was a new note in it, speculative, almost mischievous. Children take time, guests, on the other hand. She traced a circle on the scarred oak table. The west wing has its own entrance. 3 beautiful bedrooms, that darling morning room with the chinoiserie wallpaper. We could close it off completely from our side. A discreet luxury let, just enough to cover the rates and keep the house breathing. Think of it, Ben. Travelers, writers, honeymooners. They'd pay a fortune to stay in a place like this, and we'd hardly know they were here. He studied her, the flush on her cheeks, the way her lower lip caught between her teeth when she was hatching plans. He had married her for 1,000 reasons, but chief among them was this: Charlotte Ravencroft never saw a door without wondering what lay beyond it. "You want to run an Airbnb in our home?" he asked, half teasing. "I want to run the most exquisite, exclusive guest house Bloomsbury has ever whispered about," she corrected. "1 wing for us, 1 wing for wonder. And the money would let us restore the gardens, gild the cornices, perhaps even put in that glass house we sketched on our honeymoon." He set his glass down, crossed the kitchen in 2 strides, and kissed her, slowly, thoroughly, until her breath fluttered against his lips. "Whatever you dream, Lottie," he murmured against her mouth. "We'll build it together." Later, much later, they lay tangled in the vast emerald-draped bed, moonlight striping the floorboards like silver bars. Somewhere below, the house settled with soft creaks and sighs, as though testing the weight of new hearts within its walls. Lottie turned into the circle of Ben's arms, her cheek against his chest. "Do you think houses know when they're loved?" she whispered. "If they do," he answered, pressing a kiss to her hair, "then Harrowgate House is already the happiest house in London." Outside, a gentle autumn rain began to fall, pattering against the tall windows like 1,000 approving murmurs. Inside, the newlyweds slept innocent, ambitious, and utterly unaware that some doors, once opened, can never again be closed. Lottie lay perfectly still, listening to the slow, steady drum of Ben's heart beneath her ear. The sound had become her favorite lullaby these past 6 months of marriage, yet tonight it felt different, threaded with the house itself, as though Harrowgate House had slipped inside his chest and was learning the rhythm of their life together. She had not meant to stay awake. She had meant to drift, sated and dreaming, into the deep sleep of a woman who had finally come home. But the rooms kept whispering to her. Not ghosts, nothing so theatrical, simply possibility. The west wing, with its 3 untouched bedrooms and that hidden staircase, felt like a secret she had been handed along with the keys. A delicious, half-formed secret that tasted faintly of risk and champagne. She pictured strangers moving through those rooms. A poet from Paris leaving ink-stained pages on the escritoire. A pair of lovers celebrating an anniversary with roses scattered across the counterpane. A weary traveler who would never know that the golden-haired woman who greeted them with warm scones and perfect discretion was, in fact, the mistress of the entire house. The thought sent a delicate shiver across her skin, not unlike the first time Ben had kissed the hollow beneath her ear and whispered that he intended to marry her before the term was out. "I want more than quiet corners and Sunday roasts," she thought, the realization blooming slow and warm in her belly. "I want the house to breathe with other stories, even if only for a night. I want to watch Ben's eyes light up when the bank balance swells and the garden is restored to its old glory. I want something I cannot yet name." Careful not to wake him, she turned her face into the curve of his shoulder and breathed him in bergamot from his soap, the faint cedar of his skin, the warmth that was simply Ben. He shifted in sleep, arm tightening instinctively around her waist, and her heart performed its familiar somersault. Whatever wilder dreams stirred in her, they would always begin and end here in the circle of this man's arms. Across the pillow, Ben was not nearly so asleep as she believed. He felt the small tremor that ran through her, the way her breath caught and then quickened against his chest. He had learned, in the short, exquisite months of marriage, that Lottie's body spoke long before her lips did. When she was scheming, her toes curled against his calf. When she was nervous, she traced invisible circles on his skin. Tonight she did both, and he knew, without opening his eyes, that the house had already claimed a piece of her imagination he had not yet seen. An airbnb, she had said, laughing as though it were the most natural idea in the world, and perhaps it was. Lottie had always possessed a talent for turning the ordinary into something luminous. But Ben felt the undercurrent beneath her laughter, the same current that had made her slip away from a May ball at Cambridge to dance barefoot in the college fountain at 2 in the morning. His wife was restless in the loveliest possible way, and tonight the restlessness had found a focus, those silent, beautiful rooms waiting beyond the green baize door. He should have felt alarm. Any sensible man would picture strangers in his home, fingerprints on the banisters, the slow erosion of privacy. Instead, a quiet thrill moved through him, the same thrill he had felt the first time she looked at him across a crowded lecture hall and smiled as though they already shared a secret. If Lottie wanted to open a door, he would be the one to turn the key. If she wanted the house filled with fleeting lives, he would stand beside her and greet everyone. Whatever you dream, Lottie, he thought, pressing his lips to the soft crown of her hair, we'll build it together. Even if I have no idea where it might lead us. Outside, the rain thickened, sliding in silver rivers down the tall windows. Inside, husband and wife lay entwined, each pretending to sleep while privately promising the house, and each other, a future neither could yet fully imagine. October arrived on a tide of burnished leaves and coal-smoke skies. Harrowgate House, newly polished and quietly proud, opened its west wing door to the world with a discreet listing. Bloomsbury Georgian gem, entire private wing exclusive and serene. Within days, the inquiries fluttered in like moths to a lantern. Lottie answered each one herself, her replies warm yet impeccably correct, as though she had been born to the art of refined hospitality. For 6 weeks, the rhythm was gentle. A Danish architect who left sketches of impossible bridges on the breakfast table. An elderly violinist who practiced Bach at dawn. A pair of American newlyweds who asked blushing permission to scatter rose petals on the 4-poster and emerged 3 days later looking deliciously dazed. Ben teased that the house was collecting admirers the way other houses collected dust. Then, on a Thursday in late November, when the air carried the first true bite of winter, an inquiry arrived that made Lottie pause with her teacup halfway to her lips. Victor and Lila St. Clair 3 nights, 28-30 November, traveling for a private convention in Mayfair, discretion assured, and reciprocated. The message was signed with a flourish that looked like spilled ink and secrets. Beneath the practicalities, a single line lingered. We have heard Harrowgate House keeps its promises beautifully. Lottie felt the strangest flutter, half curiosity, half recognition, as though the house itself had leaned close and whispered, "Yes, these are the ones." They arrived just after 7 on a night when the street lamps glowed like low moons through drifting mist. Ben opened the front door to find a tall man in a charcoal overcoat, silver threading his temples, eyes the color of storm-lit sea. Behind him stood a woman wrapped in midnight velvet, auburn hair spilling over the collar in waves that caught the light like spilled wine. She smiled first, slow, knowing, impossibly kind. "Mr. Ravencroft," the man said, voice low and amused as though they had already shared a private joke. "Victor St. Clair, and this is Lila." Lottie appeared at Ben's shoulder, smoothing an invisible crease from her emerald wool dress. "Welcome to Harrowgate House," she said, and the words felt suddenly weighted, ceremonial. Victor's gaze traveled over her with frank appreciation, yet there was nothing crude in it, only the calm assessment of a man who had long ago ceased to be surprised by beauty. Lila's eyes, green and luminous, rested on Lottie a fraction longer, as though reading something written in a language only women understand. They carried almost no luggage, one small leather valise each, the sort that suggested they traveled light because they never truly needed anything the world could not provide on the spot. Lottie led them through the private entrance into the west wing, heels clicking softly on the restored parquet. The sitting room fire had been laid. Flames danced over logs of applewood, scenting the air with autumn sweetness. Lila paused on the threshold, drawing off long kid gloves one finger at a time. "What a darling hideaway," she murmured, voice like smoke and honey. "One feels one could confess anything here and the walls would only smile." Victor laughed softly. "Careful, darling. Some houses listen." Ben, bringing up the rear with their cases, felt the air shift, something subtle yet unmistakable, like the moment before a conductor lifts the baton. He met Lottie's eyes across the candlelit room and saw the same flicker of awareness in her. These were not ordinary guests. Over a light supper of chestnut soup and warm sourdough, served in the morning room because Lottie insisted no one should ever dine alone on their first night, conversation flowed as easily as the Pinot Noir Victor produced from his valise. They spoke of art, of hidden gardens in Lisbon, of the way certain cities feel different after midnight. Nothing overt, nothing shocking, yet every anecdote carried a faint shimmer of the illicit like silk glimpsed beneath a prim collar. "And what brings you to London?" Ben asked at last, leaning back in his chair, genuinely curious. Victor exchanged a glance with Lila, brief, electric, fond. "A gathering of old friends," Lila answered, tracing the rim of her glass with one scarlet nail. 3 nights of reunion, we host it every year in a different city. This time Mayfair has the honor." "Sounds exclusive," Lottie said lightly. "Oh, it is," Victor replied, and the smile he gave her was slow, deliberate, devastatingly gentle. "Very." Later, when the St. Clairs had retired to the largest of the West Wing bedrooms and the house fell quiet once more, Ben found Lottie in the kitchen, sleeves rolled, washing the crystal by hand because the dishwasher felt too brutal for such a night. "There, interesting," he said, coming to stand behind her, arms sliding around her waist. She leaned back against him, water dripping from her wrists. "They're magnificent," she whispered. "Did you see the way they look at each other, as if they've invented some private language the rest of us are too timid to speak?" Ben pressed a kiss to the side of her neck. "And the way they looked at you," he murmured, half teasing, half something darker. Lottie turned in his arms, eyes bright with candlelight and mischief and something newly awakened. "Jealous already, Mr. Ravencroft." "Curious," he corrected, voice roughened by the feel of her against him. "There's a difference." Upstairs, behind the closed door of the West Wing's master suite, Victor poured 2 fingers of amber liquid into heavy glasses while Lila unfastened the tiny pearl buttons at her throat. "She's exquisite," Lila said softly, watching her husband in the mirror. "Like a flame someone's kept under glass far too long." Victor handed her a glass, fingers brushing hers with deliberate slowness. "And he watches her the way a man watches the horizon before a storm he's secretly longed for." They touched glasses, the crystal singing a single pure note. 3 nights, Lila said, smiling into the firelight. "Plenty of time for the glass to crack." Down the corridor, in their own vast bed, Lottie lay awake long after Ben's breathing had deepened into sleep. She stared at the canopy above, listening to the faint, distant sound of laughter, low, intimate, unashamed, drifting through the old walls like perfume. And for the first time since they had taken possession of the keys, Harrowgate House felt truly, dangerously alive. For 6 weeks, the rhythm was gentle. A Danish architect who left sketches of impossible bridges on the breakfast table. An elderly violinist who practiced Bach at dawn. A pair of American newlyweds who asked blushing permission to scatter rose petals on the 4-poster and emerged 3 days later looking deliciously dazed. Ben teased that the house was collecting admirers the way other houses collected dust. Then, on a Thursday in late November, when the air carried the first true bite of winter, an inquiry arrived that made Lottie pause with her teacup halfway to her lips. Victor and Lila St. Clair 3 nights, 28:30 November, traveling for a private convention in Mayfair, discretion assured, and reciprocated. The message was signed with a flourish that looked like spilled ink and secrets. Beneath the practicalities, a single line lingered: "We have heard Harrowgate House keeps its promises beautifully." Lottie felt the strangest flutter, half curiosity, half recognition, as though the house itself had leaned close and whispered, "Yes, these are the ones." They arrived just after 7 on a night when the street lamps glowed like low moons through drifting mist. Ben opened the front door to find a tall man in a charcoal overcoat, silver threading his temples, eyes the color of storm-lit sea. Behind him stood a woman wrapped in midnight velvet, auburn hair spilling over the collar in waves that caught the light like spilled wine. She smiled first, slow, knowing, impossibly kind. "Mr. Ravencroft," the man said, voice low and amused as though they had already shared a private joke. "Victor St. Clair, and this is Lila." Lottie appeared at Ben's shoulder, smoothing an invisible crease from her emerald wool dress. "Welcome to Harrowgate House," she said, and the words felt suddenly weighted, ceremonial. Victor's gaze traveled over her with frank appreciation, yet there was nothing crude in it, only the calm assessment of a man who had long ago ceased to be surprised by beauty. Lila's eyes, green and luminous, rested on Lottie a fraction longer, as though reading something written in a language only women understand. They carried almost no luggage, one small leather valise each, the sort that suggested they traveled light because they never truly needed anything the world could not provide on the spot. Lottie led them through the private entrance into the west wing, heels clicking softly on the restored parquet. The sitting room fire had been laid, flames danced over logs of applewood, scenting the air with autumn sweetness. Lila paused on the threshold, drawing off long kid gloves one finger at a time. "What a darling hideaway," she murmured, voice like smoke and honey. "One feels one could confess anything here and the walls would only smile." Victor laughed softly. "Careful, darling, some houses listen." Ben, bringing up the rear with their cases, felt the air shift, something subtle yet unmistakable, like the moment before a conductor lifts the baton. He met Lottie's eyes across the candlelit room and saw the same flicker of awareness in her. These were not ordinary guests. Over a light supper of chestnut soup and warm sourdough, served in the morning room because Lottie insisted no one should ever dine alone on their first night. Conversation flowed as easily as the Pinot Noir Victor produced from his valise. They spoke of art, of hidden gardens in Lisbon, of the way certain cities feel different after midnight. Nothing overt, nothing shocking, yet every anecdote carried a faint shimmer of the illicit, like silk glimpsed beneath a prim collar. "And what brings you to London?" Ben asked at last, leaning back in his chair, genuinely curious. Victor exchanged a glance with Lila, brief, electric, fond. "A gathering of old friends," Lila answered, tracing the rim of her glass with one scarlet nail. 3 nights of reunion. We host it every year in a different city. This time Mayfair has the honor. Sounds exclusive, Lottie said lightly. Oh, it is, Victor replied, and the smile he gave her was slow, deliberate, devastatingly gentle. Very. Later, when the St. Clairs had retired to the largest of the West Wing bedrooms and the house fell quiet once more, Ben found Lottie in the kitchen, sleeves rolled, washing the crystal by hand because the dishwasher felt too brutal for such a night. They're interesting, he said, coming to stand behind her, arms sliding around her waist. She leaned back against him, water dripping from her wrists. They're magnificent, she whispered. Did you see the way they look at each other, as if they've invented some private language the rest of us are too timid to speak? Ben pressed a kiss to the side of her neck. And the way they looked at you, he murmured, half teasing, half something darker. Lottie turned in his arms, eyes bright with candlelight and mischief, and something newly awakened. Jealous already, Mr. Ravencroft. Curious, he corrected, voice roughened by the feel of her against him. There's a difference. Upstairs, behind the closed door of the West Wing's master suite, Victor poured 2 fingers of amber liquid into heavy glasses while Lila unfastened the tiny pearl buttons at her throat. She's exquisite, Lila said softly, watching her husband in the mirror. Like a flame someone's kept under glass far too long. Victor handed her a glass, fingers brushing hers with deliberate slowness. And he watches her the way a man watches the horizon before a storm he's secretly longed for. They touched glasses, the crystal singing a single pure note. 3 nights, Lila said, smiling into the firelight. Plenty of time for the glass to crack. Down the corridor, in their own vast bed, Lottie lay awake long after Ben's breathing had deepened into sleep. She stared at the canopy above, listening to the faint, distant sound of laughter, low, intimate, unashamed, drifting through the old walls like perfume. And for the first time since they had taken possession of the keys, Harrowgate House felt truly, dangerously alive. Lottie stood at the kitchen sink long after Ben had kissed her goodnight and climbed the stairs, his footsteps fading into the familiar creak of the 3rd tread. The hot water had cooled around her wrists. The crystal was spotless, yet she kept washing, polishing, watching her own reflection fracture and reform in each gleaming bowl. She was not restless, not exactly. Restlessness implied discomfort, and what coursed through her veins tonight was something far sweeter, anticipation, bright and illicit, like the first sip of champagne after months of restraint. Victor and Lila St. Clair. Even their names tasted expensive, foreign on her tongue. She said them silently, letting the syllables linger. Victor, strong, decisive, a name that took up space. Lila, liquid, languid, a name that slid beneath the skin and stayed there. She had greeted dozens of guests in the past weeks, smiled, charmed, poured tea, and closed the West Wing door behind them without a backward glance. But the moment Lila's gaze had settled on her green eyes flecked with gold, unhurried, as though time itself bent to accommodate her curiosity, Lottie had felt something inside her chest uncurl like a fern in sudden sunlight. It was not desire, not yet. It was recognition. Recognition of a woman who had long ago decided the world was large enough for every appetite, and who wore that decision the way other women wore pearls, effortlessly, radiantly, without apology. Lottie dried her hands on the linen towel, slowly, deliberately, then walked barefoot through the darkened house until she stood at the foot of the main staircase. Moonlight poured down the well, silvering the banisters. Somewhere above and beyond the green baize door, the St. Clairs were awake. She could feel it the way one feels an approaching storm in the bones. She pressed her palm to the cool wall that separated their worlds. The house was old, sound traveled in unexpected ways. A low laugh Victor's, she thought, drifted down, followed by the softer cadence of Lila's voice, too muffled to distinguish words, yet the tone was unmistakable, intimate, playful, utterly unafraid. Lottie closed her eyes. In the darkness behind her lids, she saw again the way Lila had unfastened her gloves, one finger at a time, as though undressing were a performance meant only for those wise enough to watch. She saw Victor's hand settle possessively, yet tenderly at the small of Lila's back, guiding her through the doorway without ever restricting her. Ownership and freedom braided together so seamlessly that Lottie had felt almost dizzy with the beauty of it. What must it be like, she wondered, to live inside a marriage that large? Ben loved her. Of that she had never harbored a single doubt. His love was steady, warm, the kind of love songs were written about. Yet tonight she had glimpsed something else entirely, an ocean where she had only ever known a lake. And the glimpse had not frightened her. It had made her hungry. She opened her eyes, drew a slow breath that tasted of applewood smoke and winter, and felt the hunger settle low and liquid in her belly. Not for Victor, not precisely. Not even for Lila. But for the possibility they carried in their smiles, in the easy glide of their fingers over crystal stems, in the way they looked at her as though they already knew the shape of secrets she had not yet dared confess, even to herself. Tomorrow she would wear the pale blue cashmere dress that made Ben call her his winter sky. She would serve them coffee in the morning room and ask polite questions about their plans. She would smile the way a perfect hostess should. And all the while she would be listening, watching, learning what it felt like to stand at the edge of something vast and simply. Step forward. Lottie turned from the staircase and walked back through the moonlit hall, her bare feet silent on the cold marble. The house seemed to breathe around her, approving, conspiratorial. She paused at the foot of her own stairs, pressed her fingertips to her lips, and smiled into the quiet. Yes, she thought, these are the ones. And somewhere deep in the west wing, as though in answer, a woman laughed again, low, delighted, and utterly without shame. The following evening, London wrapped itself in velvet fog. Street lamps glowed like scattered amber beads, and the great plane trees along the crescent dripped moisture in slow, deliberate tears. Inside Harrowgate House, the winter sitting room, seldom used until now, had been transformed. Lottie had carried in the low table from the library, laid a fire of cherry wood and cedar, and set out a single bottle of 2008 Dom Perignon she and Ben had been saving for some grand occasion that never quite arrived. Tonight felt grand enough. Victor and Lila appeared at 7 precisely, as though they had been waiting for the exact moment the light turned the color of bruised violets. Lila wore a backless dress the shade of midnight peonies. Victor a charcoal roll neck that made his eyes look almost black. They brought nothing with them but their own effortless radiance. Ben, in navy cashmere and the slight uncertainty of a man who senses the ground shifting beneath his feet, poured the champagne. 4 flutes caught the firelight and threw it back in trembling coins of gold. To new friends, Victor said, raising his glass, and to old houses that remember how to keep secrets. They drank. The wine was cold fire on the tongue, tiny stars bursting against the roof of the mouth. Conversation began innocently enough, the beauty of Bloomsbury in fog, the perfect weight of Georgian silver, the way candlelight flatters every face. Yet with every passing minute the air grew denser, warmer, as though someone were slowly turning up an invisible dial. Lila leaned forward to set her flute on the table, and the movement revealed the delicate architecture of her spine. "Tell me, Lottie," she said, voice soft as brushed velvet, "when you walk through this house alone, do you ever feel it watching you?" Waiting to see what you'll dare. Lottie felt the question land low in her body, a sweet, precise strike. Sometimes, she admitted, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. As though it's been asleep for decades and has only just opened its eyes. Victor's smile curved, slow and approving. Some houses are born for ordinary lives. Others are built for revelations. Harrowgate is clearly the latter. Ben shifted beside Lottie, the smallest tension in his thigh against hers. She laid her hand lightly on his knee, reassurance, claim, promise. "And what sort of revelations do you collect, Victor?" Ben asked, the question half jest, half genuine curiosity. Victor's gaze moved between them, unhurried. "The kind most people lock away before breakfast. The kind that make marriages stronger, not weaker, when they're finally spoken aloud." Lila laughed, low and delighted. "Darling, you're terrifying them." "Am I?" Victor asked, eyes never leaving Lottie's face. "I don't think I am." He was right. Lottie felt no terror, only a bright, humming attention, as though every cell in her body had leaned forward to listen. Lila rose, graceful as smoke, and crossed to the fireplace. She rested one hand on the mantel, the firelight painting her skin in rose and gold. "We belong to a small, very private circle," she said, turning back to them. "Couples who long ago decided that curiosity is not the enemy of love, but its truest ally. Once a year we gather, no names on the door, no photographs, no regrets. We dance, we talk, we explore, with consent as the only currency." She let the words settle, soft as falling ash. Ben's fingers tightened briefly around his glass. Lottie felt the minute tremor travel through him into her own bones, but she did not look away from Lila. "We do not seduce the unwilling," Victor added quietly. "We simply refuse to lie about what we want. There is a difference." Silence bloomed, thick and intoxicating. Outside, a gust of wind rattled the tall windows like a warning or an invitation. Lottie found her voice first. "And tomorrow night," she said, the words tasting of champagne and daring, "this gathering." "It is here in London." "In Mayfair," Lila answered. "A private house not unlike this one. Tomorrow is merely the welcome soiree. Saturday is the true celebration." Victor set his flute down with deliberate care. "We would never ask you to cross a threshold you are not ready for," he said. "But if simple curiosity ever tempted you, you would be welcomed as honored observers only. Masks provided. No obligation beyond the pleasure of watching beautiful people be honest with their desires." He reached into the inner pocket of his sweater and produced a card, heavy ivory stock, embossed with a single crimson crest shaped like an opening iris. He laid it on the table between them like a gauntlet wrapped in silk. Lottie stared at it, heart beating so loudly she was certain the others could hear. Ben's hand covered hers on his knee, warm, steady, asking without words, "Are we still safe together?" She turned her palm upward and laced her fingers through his. "Thank you," she said, and her voice did not shake. "We'll consider." Lila's smile was tender, almost maternal. "Consider slowly, darling. Some doors open only once." The fire settled with a soft explosion of sparks. For a moment the four of them sat bathed in shifting gold, the weight of what had been offered hanging in the air like incense. Then Victor lifted his glass again. "To Harrowgate House," he said simply, "and whatever it chooses to remember about tonight." They drank. Much later, after the St. Clairs had drifted back to their wing with murmured goodnights that lingered like perfume, Lottie stood alone in the winter sitting room, the crimson card turning over and over between her fingers. The fire had burned low. Embers glowed the color of banked desire. She pressed the card to her lips, tasting wax and possibility, and felt the house around her breathe a single, approving sigh. Lottie remained in the winter sitting room long after the others had gone. The house was utterly still, yet she felt it listening, the way one feels the hush before a curtain rises. She stood barefoot on the faded aubusson, the crimson card warm between her fingers as though it carried its own pulse. She should have been shocked. Any decent woman would have been shocked, would have laughed politely and changed the subject and locked the green baize door forever. Instead, she felt recognized. As though Victor and Lila had reached straight through her ribcage and touched a place she had kept hidden even from Ben, even from herself. She closed her eyes and let the evening replay behind her lids. The way Lila's voice had curled around the word explore like smoke around a candle flame. The way Victor's gaze had rested on her mouth when she spoke, not leering, simply noticing, as though her lips were a country he had once visited in dreams. The way Ben's hand had trembled for a single heartbeat before steadying over hers, protective and possessive, and this was the revelation that made her breath catch curious. Curious. She had felt it in him the instant Victor laid the card on the table, a flare of something bright and dangerous beneath the calm surface of the man she married. Ben, who planned everything, who had once mapped their honeymoon down to the minute, had not recoiled. He had leaned forward, almost imperceptibly, the way a man leans toward a fire he is not yet ready to touch but cannot quite look away from. Lottie opened her eyes and crossed to the tall window. Fog pressed against the panes like a living thing, turning the glass into a mirror. She saw herself reflected, hair slipping from its pins, cheeks flushed, pupils wide and dark. She looked. She realized with a soft shock, like a woman on the verge of becoming someone else entirely. And the terrifying, exhilarating truth was that she wanted to meet that woman. Wanted to watch her step out of the careful chrysalis of Mrs. Benedict Ravencroft and spread wings she had never dared imagine. Not because Ben's love was small, God, no, his love was vast, but because it suddenly seemed possible that love could be larger still. Large enough to hold everything, devotion and desire, safety and surrender, the quiet mornings they already cherished, and the reckless nights she could almost taste on the air tonight. She pressed her forehead to the cool glass and whispered into the fogged reflection, "What if I am brave enough?" The house did not answer aloud, but somewhere in the west wing, a door closed with the softest click, and she felt the sound travel through the floorboards and settle between her thighs like a promise. She slipped the crimson card into the pocket of her dress, right against her heart, and felt its edges bite gently through silk and skin. Tomorrow she would wear the palest blue cashmere, smile sweetly, and ask perfectly ordinary questions about their day. She would butter scones and refill coffee cups and pretend she had not spent half the night imagining what honesty might feel like when it finally left her mouth. But tonight, she let herself stand in the dying firelight and admit the secret blooming inside her like a black orchid. She wanted to see what lay beyond the iris embossed door. She wanted to watch beautiful people be honest with their desires. And most of all, this was the part that made her knees weak. She wanted to discover whether the man sleeping upstairs would walk through that door beside her. Or whether, when the moment came, she would step across the threshold alone and discover she did not mind. Lottie drew one trembling breath that tasted of cedar smoke and champagne and the coming storm. Then she turned out the lamp, leaving only the embers glowing like watchful eyes, and climbed the stairs to the husband she adored, knowing, with a certainty that thrilled and terrified her in equal measure, that tomorrow everything would begin to change. Sleep did not come easily that night. The house had grown uncharacteristically restless. Pipes sighed, floorboards murmured, and somewhere far off a shutter tapped like an impatient finger. Lottie lay on her back in the vast emerald-draped bed, eyes open to the canopy's shadows, every nerve strung tight as a violin's string. Ben slept beside her, or appeared to, one arm flung across her waist, palm open in unconscious possession. His breathing was slow, measured, yet she felt the faint tension in his body, the way one feels a held breath even when no sound betrays it. At 1:30, the first unmistakable note drifted through the walls. A low laugh, Lila's, followed by the deeper cadence of Victor's voice, too soft for words but rich with amusement. Then silence, and then the rhythm began. It was not loud. Harrowgate House was far too well-bred for vulgarity. Yet the old walls carried vibration the way a wineglass carries the memory of a fingertip, a subtle, rolling pulse that settled beneath floorboards and traveled straight into the marrow. Thud, pause, thud, pause, a slow, deliberate cadence that quickened by degrees, like a heartbeat discovering its own daring. Lottie's own heart answered before her mind could intervene. Heat bloomed low in her belly, spread outward in liquid waves. She turned her head on the pillow and found Ben's eyes open, gleaming in the faint glow from the street lamp outside. They said nothing. They did not need to. The rhythm from the west wing grew more confident, a soft cry muffled by a palm or a pillow, the creak of antique oak protesting beneath new weight, the unmistakable hush of silk sliding across skin. Each sound was discreet, almost polite, yet together they wove a tapestry so vivid Lottie could almost see it. Lila's auburn hair spilling across white linen, Victor's shoulders flexing above her, candlelight painting gold on sweat-damp curves. Ben's hand tightened on her waist. She felt the tremor in his fingers and covered them with her own, pressing him closer. Still neither spoke. The air between them crackled, thick with the same forbidden electricity that had sparked over champagne hours earlier. Another cry, higher this time, edged with laughter, followed by a masculine growl of approval that seemed to vibrate through the mattress itself. Lottie's breath caught, her thighs pressed together of their own accord. She turned toward Ben, seeking anchor, and found his gaze fixed not on the ceiling but on her face, dark and unreadable. The rhythm slowed, luxuriated, became almost languid, as though the lovers beyond the wall were savoring every second, drawing the pleasure out like warm toffee. A pause, a soft, wet sound that might have been a kiss, then the steady, unhurried build again. Lottie felt herself sinking into it, the way one sinks into warm water. Her nipples tightened against the silk of her nightgown. Her pulse throbbed between her legs in perfect counterpoint to the distant headboard. She had never imagined that listening could feel like being touched, yet every muffled gasp stroked her skin as surely as a hand. Ben shifted. The arm around her waist slid lower, palms spreading over the curve of her hip, fingers curling possessively. She felt the hard evidence of his own response against her thigh, and a soft, shocked exhale escaped her. He was as helplessly aroused as she was. Still they did not move to touch each other. It felt almost sacred, this shared, silent witnessing. As though any deliberate act would shatter the spell and send the sounds retreating into ordinary night. Instead, they lay suspended, breathing in tandem with strangers, pupils blown wide in the dimness. Lottie's lips parted. Ben's thumb traced the waistband of her nightgown, back and forth, a restless, reverent motion. From the west wing came a sudden, sharp crescendo, Lila's voice breaking on a note that was half laughter, half surrender, followed by Victor's low, triumphant groan. Then silence, sudden and complete, broken only by the soft rustle of sheets and a long, satisfied sigh that seemed to fill the entire house. The hush that followed was deeper than any before. Even the pipes ceased their murmuring. Lottie felt the absence of sound like a physical loss. Minutes passed, or hours. Time had grown elastic. Eventually, Ben's hand stilled on her hip. His lips brushed her temple, feather-light. "Lottie," he whispered, so quietly she felt more than heard it. She turned her face into his neck, inhaling the familiar scent of him, and felt tears inexplicable, hot, prick the corners of her eyes. Not sadness, not guilt, only the overwhelming certainty that something irrevocable had just occurred while they lay perfectly still. In the west wing, a candle was extinguished. The faint scent of beeswax drifted under doors and through keyholes to mingle with their own breath. Lottie pressed her open mouth to the pulse beneath Ben's jaw, tasting salt and wonder, and felt the first tremor of a new hunger, one that would not be satisfied by a single night of listening. The night had thickened into something almost liquid, a velvet darkness that pressed against the tall windows and seeped beneath the bedroom door like smoke. Lottie lay on her back amid the emerald draperies, the linen sheets cool against her shoulder blades, the faint scent of starched cotton and Ben's skin rising warm between them. Then it began. First came the low, honeyed laughter Lila's, curling through the walls like incense. A moment later, Victor's answering murmur, too low for words, yet the timbre alone was enough to raise the fine hairs along Lottie's arms. The air itself seemed to change, growing heavier, sweeter, as though someone had opened a jar of night-blooming nicotiana in the west wing and let its perfume drift through every hidden channel of the old house. A soft thud bedpost meeting wall, then another, deliberate, unhurried, like the slow stroke of a bow across a cello's deepest string. Each impact traveled through oak and plaster, through the mattress springs beneath Lottie and Ben, until it settled low in her belly with a liquid pulse that matched her own heartbeat. She inhaled, and the air tasted different now, candle smoke, warm skin, the faint metallic trace of desire. Her silk nightgown had ridden up her thighs. The cool sheets kissed newly exposed skin and made her shiver. Beside her, Ben's chest rose and fell in perfect, tortured silence, the muscles of his arm taut where it lay across her waist. Another sound, silk sliding, whispering over flesh the way water slips over river stones. Then the unmistakable sigh of a body sinking into feather-soft depths, followed by the slow, rhythmic creak of centuries-old oak finding its voice again. Creak, pause, creak. Each one longer, deeper, until the rhythm became a heartbeat the entire house shared. Lottie's lips parted on a breath that tasted of salt and cedar and something darker. Heat unfurled beneath her skin, slow and golden, pooling between her hips like warm honey. She felt the slick glide of her own thighs brushing together, the exquisite friction of silk against suddenly sensitive nipples. Every sense had sharpened to a delicate, unbearable point. Ben's hand moved, not deliberately at first, only a reflex, fingers spreading over the curve of her ribcage just beneath her breast, thumb resting in the hollow where her heart thundered. The heat of his palm burned through thin silk. The slight tremor in his wrist told her he was listening as helplessly as she was. From the west wing drifted the softest gas, Lila's voice breaking open like a rose, followed by a low, rolling growl of male pleasure that seemed to vibrate in the very bones of the house. The sound stroked along Lottie's spine, curled around her throat, settled between her legs with devastating precision. She felt herself grow slick, open, aching in a way that had nothing to do with touch and everything to do with being utterly, perfectly heard. The rhythm quickened, no longer polite, no longer restrained, a glorious, shameless cadence of flesh meeting flesh, of breath catching and spilling free. Each muffled cry was a brushstroke on bare skin, each groan a fingertip dragged slowly down the inside of her thigh. Lottie's back arched the tiniest fraction, an involuntary offering to shadows and silence. Ben's breath stirred the fine hairs at her temple, his arousal pressed hot and rigid against the curve of her hip, unmistakable through the thin barrier of linen. Yet still, they did not move to claim each other. It felt almost sacrilegious to interrupt what the house itself was witnessing. Then came the crescendo, a single, soaring note of surrender that seemed to shatter and reform inside Lottie's chest, followed by Victor's deep, ragged exhale, half triumph, half worship. The silence that followed was richer than any sound, fragrant with spent desire and candle smoke, and the faint, intoxicating perfume of two bodies utterly satisfied. In that hush, Ben's lips found the delicate skin just below Lottie's ear, a kiss so light it might have been imagination. His hand slid from her ribs to the trembling plane of her stomach, resting there as though to still the storm inside her. She turned her face into the warm hollow of his shoulder, tasting salt and the faint trace of his cologne, and felt tears, silent, wondering, slip from the corners of her eyes into his hair. Neither spoke. There was nothing ordinary language could hold tonight. Somewhere beyond the walls, a candle was snuffed. The last faint ribbon of beeswax and musk drifted under doors to wrap around them like a blessing. Lottie drew one trembling breath that tasted of embers and secrets and the coming dawn, and felt the first delicate crack appear in the careful life she had built, a crack filled not with light, but with the promise of fire. Morning arrived pale and polite, as though the night had never happened. Frost silvered the garden. The plane trees stood naked against a washed-out sky. Lottie moved through the rituals of hospitality with the precision of a sleepwalker. Fresh coffee beans ground until they released their dark perfume, warm croissants slipped into a linen-lined basket, blood-orange marmalade glowing like captured sunlight. She wore the palest blue cashmere dress, sleeves pushed to the elbow, hair twisted loosely at her nape. Only the faint flush along her collarbones betrayed that she had slept very little. Ben had left early, some excuse about the office, kissing her cheek with a lingering pressure that felt like both apology and promise. She had watched him disappear into the fog and felt the house settle around her like a conspirator. At 9:30, the green baize door opened without a knock. Lila appeared first, wrapped in a man's silk dressing gown the color of midnight, feet bare, hair a glorious tousled auburn river down her back. She looked like a woman who had been loved thoroughly and often, and who intended to be loved again before lunch. "Good morning, darling," she said, voice husky with satisfaction. "Something smells divine." Victor followed moments later, hair damp from the shower, white shirt unbuttoned just enough to reveal the strong column of his throat. He carried the faint scent of sandalwood and warm skin. His smile when he saw Lottie was slow, appreciative, and entirely without remorse. They ate in the morning room, sunlight spilling in pale bars across the table. Conversation remained light. Museums they might visit, a hidden jazz club in Soho. Yet every glance felt weighted, every silence freighted with memory. Lottie poured coffee with steady hands and felt their eyes trace the line of her wrist, the curve of her neck where the cashmere ended. When the plates were empty, Victor reached into the pocket of his trousers and drew out a small, square envelope the exact shade of fresh blood. He laid it beside Lottie's plate as casually as one might leave a tip. "For tonight," he said simply. Lottie's pulse leapt, but she did not touch it yet. Lila leaned forward, elbows on the table, chin resting on laced fingers. "It's only the welcome soiree," she murmured. "A private house in Mayfair. Masks are mandatory, clothing optional after the first hour, though most people keep their dignity until the champagne has done its work. You would be our personal guests. No one will approach you without your explicit welcome. You may watch from the shadows or simply drink and dance and leave whenever you wish. But if you come," her smile curved like a secret, "you will see what honesty looks like when it is finally allowed to breathe." Victor's gaze never left Lottie's face. The card contains the address and a single word you must give at the door. After that, you belong to the night." Lottie turned the envelope over. It was heavy, handmade paper, sealed with crimson wax impressed by the same iris crest. Her fingers trembled only slightly as she broke the seal. Inside was a single card. Harrowgate House is invited to witness 6 Carlo's Place. Mayfair, Friday, 29 November, 9 o'clock. Speak the word. Awakening beneath, in Victor's elegant script. We very much hope you will choose more. Lottie felt the words settle inside her like a swallowed ember. Lila rose, the silk gown whispering around her ankles. She paused behind Lottie's chair and let one fingertip trail feather light along the nape of her neck, just above the cashmere collar. The touch lasted no longer than a heartbeat, yet it burned. "Think of it as research," Lila whispered, lips close to Lottie's ear. "Some marriages end at the bedroom door. Others discover the door was only the beginning." Then they were gone, footsteps retreating toward the west wing, leaving only the faint trace of sandalwood and the crimson envelope lying on the table like a dare. Lottie sat alone in the quiet morning room, sunlight warming the card until the wax seal glowed like a drop of fresh blood. She traced the word awakening with one fingertip and felt the house around her lean closer, breath held. Upstairs, in their bedroom, she slipped the card between the pages of the book on her nightstand, a volume of Neruda she and Ben had read aloud on their honeymoon. Then she stood at the window and watched the frost begin to melt from the garden, each droplet catching the light like a tiny, falling star. By the time Ben's key turned in the lock that evening, she had made her decision. She met him in the hall, took his coat and pressed the crimson envelope into his hand without a word. He read it beneath the chandelier's soft glow. When he looked up, his eyes were darker than she had ever seen them. "Tell me what you want, Lottie," he said quietly. She stepped close, rose on her toes, and let her lips brush the corner of his mouth. "I want to watch," she whispered. "Just watch, with you." For a long moment he was silent. Then his arms came around her, crushing her to him with a fierceness that stole her breath. "Together," he said against her hair. "Always together." Outside, the fog began to lift, revealing a sky the color of bruised violets, the exact shade of the dress Lila had worn the night the world cracked open. The moment the words left her lips, "I want to watch. Just watch. With you." The air in the entrance hall changed. The chandelier's crystals trembled in a draft that had not existed a second before. The grandfather clock held its breath. Ben's arms were still locked around her, but now they shook. Not with anger. Lottie felt the difference the way one feels the difference between thunder and a heartbeat. His forehead dropped to hers, eyes closed, breath ragged against her cheek. "Say it again," he whispered, voice raw, almost broken. She cupped his face, thumbs brushing the sharp line of his cheekbones. "I need to see, Ben. I need to know what it feels like when desire isn't hidden, and I need you beside me when I look, because if I lose you in the looking," her own voice cracked, "I won't survive it." A sound escaped him, half groan, half prayer. He pulled her harder against him until she could feel the frantic hammer of his heart through wool and bone. "I'm terrified," he confessed into her hair, the words torn out of him like splinters. "Terrified that once you see it, once you taste even the idea of it, you'll realize I'm not enough, that our bed, our life, me. That I've been keeping you in a cage you never asked for." The honesty of it sliced her open. Tears spilled hot down her cheeks and onto his shirt. "No," she said fiercely, pulling back just enough to force him to meet her eyes. "You are my home, but homes can have more windows, Ben, more doors. I don't want another man. I want more of us. I want to watch you watch me become something wilder, and I want to feel you love me even more because of it, not in spite of it." His breath shuddered out of him. He pressed his lips to her temple, her eyelids, the salt tracks on her cheeks, small, desperate kisses that tasted of fear and worship. "I'm not brave like you," he said against her skin. "But God help me, Lottie, I will follow you anywhere, even here. Especially here." They stood locked together beneath the chandelier until the tears slowed and something fiercer took their place, a vow forged in the trembling space between terror and trust. Later, in the hush of their bedroom, they undressed each other with the slow reverence of a first night. No hurry, no performance, only the need to feel skin against skin while the confession still echoed. Ben laid her back against the pillows and mapped every inch of her with shaking hands, collarbones, breasts, the soft curve of her stomach, as though memorizing her in case she vanished the moment they crossed the Mayfair threshold. Lottie arched into every touch, whispering his name like a talisman. When he finally slid inside her, it was with a slowness that bordered on agony. Their eyes stayed open, locked, wet with unshed tears. Each thrust was a promise: I see you, I choose you. Even if tomorrow changes everything, tonight you are mine and I am yours. Afterward they lay tangled, sweat cooling, hearts slowing into the same rhythm. Ben traced idle circles on her hip and spoke into the dark. "Tomorrow we wear the masks," he said quietly. "But tonight I need to know the woman beneath mine. Tell me your rules, Lottie. Tell me where the line is so I never cross it without you." She turned into him, pressing her lips to the hollow of his throat. "Rule 1, she whispered. "We never leave a room without the other. Rule 2, if either of us says home, we come straight back here, no questions. Rule 3. She took his hand and guided it between her legs, still slick with both of them. "We come back to this bed and remind each other who we belong to every single time." His fingers curled gently, reverently, drawing a soft gasp from her. "Rule 4, he added, voice rough with renewed hunger. "We tell each other everything we felt, everything we wanted, everything we feared. No secrets ever." She nodded, sealing the pact with a kiss that tasted of salt and sex and absolute trust. Much later, when the moon had climbed high enough to silver the bed, Lottie slipped from Ben's arms and padded barefoot to the dresser. She opened the drawer, took out 2 black silk masks she had bought that afternoon on impulse, and laid them side by side on the duvet like sleeping ravens. Ben watched her, eyes luminous in the moonlight. "Tomorrow," he said, reaching for her hand. "Tomorrow," she echoed, lacing their fingers tight. Together they fell asleep, still holding the masks, as though even in dreams they were already preparing to step across the threshold hand in hand. The taxi set them down at the corner of Carlo's Place at 9 o'clock precisely. Mayfair lay hushed beneath a thin, cold rain that turned every street lamp into a trembling halo. Number 6 was a narrow, impeccable townhouse with no number on the door, only a single iris carved into the black lacquer. A discreet man in evening dress greeted them, took the whispered word "awakening," and stepped aside. Inside, the world dissolved into candlelight and velvet. A long corridor led to a double staircase that curved upward like embracing arms. Music drifted down, slow. Sensual jazz played on a hidden gramophone, and the air carried layers of scent, beeswax, tuberose, warmed skin, champagne. Masks were everywhere, black satin, ivory lace, feathers, crystal beads, some covering only the eyes, others the entire face. No one turned to stare. Anonymity was the first courtesy. Victor and Lila found them at the foot of the stairs as though they had been waiting in the shadows for this exact heartbeat. Lila wore a gown of liquid silver that clung and released with every breath. Her mask was a delicate filigree of black lace that left her mouth bare and smiling. Victor was in faultless black tie, His mask a severe Venetian half-face that made his eyes burn like banked coals. "You came," Lila said softly, and the pleasure in her voice felt like a caress. She reached out and adjusted the fall of Lottie's black silk mask, fingertips lingering at the corner of her mouth. "You both look devastating." Victor clasped Ben's hand, then leaned in to brush a continental kiss to Lottie's cheek, close enough that she felt the heat of him through the mask. "Remember," he murmured, "you are guests of honor tonight. Nothing is required of you except the freedom to look." He offered Lila his arm. She took it, then reached back for Lottie's hand. After the briefest hesitation, Lottie slipped her fingers into Lila's. Ben's hand settled warm and steady at the small of her back. Anchor, compass, promise. They ascended the staircase together, 4 shadows merging into one. At the top, double doors stood open onto a ballroom transformed. Chandeliers had been lowered and draped in crimson silk so that light fell in muted, carnal glows. Couples drifted like gorgeous ghosts. A woman in backless emerald laughing into the throat of a man whose hands spanned her waist. 2 women in identical white masks, dancing so closely their lips almost touched. A tall man in military dress uniform slowly unfastening the pearl buttons at his companion's spine while she watched them in a mirror with half-lidded eyes. No one hurried. No one hid. Lottie's pulse beat in her throat, her wrists between her legs. She felt Ben's fingers tighten against her spine, wonder, fear, hunger braided together. Victor guided them to a shadowed alcove furnished with a low velvet settee. From here they could see everything yet remain half-hidden. A silver tray appeared as if conjured, 4 flutes of champagne, condensation purling on the crystal. "To beautiful beginners," Victor toasted quietly. They drank. The champagne was ice and fire. Lila settled beside Lottie close enough that their thighs brushed. "Breathe, darling," she whispered. "No one will touch you unless you wish it. Tonight you are only eyes." Yet eyes were powerful things. Across the room a couple began to dance slow, swaying, more caress than movement. The woman's gown slipped from one shoulder. Her partner caught the fabric with his teeth and eased it lower. She laughed softly and let her head fall back, exposing the long column of her throat. Another man approached, masked in gold, and without a word the husband stepped aside, guiding his wife into the newcomer's arms while he watched, eyes glittering with fierce pride. Lottie's breath caught. She felt the sound echoed in Ben's chest behind her. On a chaise long beneath a draped chandelier, a woman knelt between her husband's knees, mask pushed up to her forehead, lips moving in slow worship while he stroked her hair with reverent fingers. Nearby, 2 couples had merged into one undulating knot of limbs and whispered laughter, hands wandering freely, mouths meeting and parting and meeting again. Everywhere consent was visible, a nod, a smile, a hand offered and accepted. Everywhere, love and lust moved in perfect, shameless accord. Lottie's body felt too small for the heat expanding inside it. She turned her head and found Ben staring not at the room but at her, at the flush riding high on her cheeks, the parted lips, the tremor she could not hide. His hand slid from her back to her waist, fingers splaying possessively. She covered them with her own and pressed harder, needing the pressure, needing him. Lila leaned close, breath warm against Lottie's ear. "Tell me what you feel," she murmured. Lottie swallowed. "Like I've been asleep my whole life," she whispered, and someone just opened the curtains. Victor's low chuckle vibrated through the alcove. "Then let the light in, little raven." Slowly. A woman in scarlet crossed their line of sight, mask adorned with raven feathers, coincidence or fate. She paused, tilted her head as though listening to music only she could hear, then walked straight to Ben. Without a word, she held out her hand. Lottie felt Ben freeze. The room narrowed to that single gloved palm. Lila's fingers brushed Lottie's wrist, permission, not pressure. Ben looked at Lottie, eyes wide behind the mask. She saw the question, the fear, the longing. She leaned in and pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth through silk and shadow. "Go," she breathed. "Dance. Touch nothing you do not wish to. Come back when you need me." His exhale trembled against her cheek. Then he rose, took the scarlet woman's hand, and let himself be led into the slow, swirling tide. Lottie watched him go, heart hammering so hard she felt it in her teeth. Lila's arm slipped around her shoulders, gentle, proprietary. "Breathe, darling," she repeated. "He will return even more yours than when he left." And in the crimson glow of the masked ballroom, Lottie believed her. The moment Ben's hand slipped from the small of her back, the world tilted and spilled crimson light across her senses. Lottie sank onto the velvet settee, thighs pressed together beneath silk that suddenly felt too thin, too alive. The low thrum of the double bass crawled inside her ribs and lodged there, beating in time with a pulse far lower than her heart. Every laugh, every rustle of taffeta, every wet click of crystal on crystal rang out like a struck bell. Beneath it all, she heard skin sliding on skin, breath catching and spilling free, the softest moan from a shadowed corner that stroked straight down her spine and pooled, hot and liquid, between her legs. The air tasted thick, tuberose so ripe it bruised the tongue, warm beeswax, spilled champagne, and something darker, salt and musk, and the electric edge of lightning about to strike. She swallowed and tasted the room itself. Lila settled beside her, thigh to thigh, deliberate as a promise. The contact burned through cashmere and silk like a slow coal. Lottie's mask clung damp to her cheekbones. Every pulse point throbbed in frantic rhythm, wrists, throat, the hollow behind her knees, until she felt flayed open, one raw nerve wrapped in midnight fabric. Across the room, Ben moved in the scarlet woman's arms. Nothing overt, only the gentle sway of bodies in a room built for swaying. Yet Lottie saw everything magnified, the flecks of muscle beneath his jacket, the minute tremor when gloved fingers settled just above the curve of his waist, the way his head fell back a fraction, throat bared to the crimson light like an offering. A helpless sound escaped her, half gasp, half confession. Lila's lips brushed the shell of her ear, warm breath scented with jasmine and crushed fig. "Tell me, darling," she whispered. "Tell me what you feel right now." Lottie's voice came out ragged, barely recognizable. "Like I'm burning alive and I never want the fire to stop." Lila's low laugh vibrated against her skin. "Good girl." Another moan drifted from the shadows. Someone lost, someone gloriously found, and the sound licked down Lottie's body like a tongue of flame. Her nipples tightened to aching points, silk rasped across them with every shallow breath until she had to bite her lip to keep from whimpering aloud. "Look at him," Lila murmured, guiding Lottie's gaze back to Ben. "Look how beautifully he moves when he finally stops pretending." Ben's eyes, dark, blazing behind the mask, were fixed on her alone. Even while another woman's hands shaped the rhythm of his hips, he danced for Lottie. Because of Lottie. With her permission written in every trembling line of his body, the knowledge detonated inside her. "I let him go," Lottie whispered, the confession tumbling out raw and shaking. "I let another woman touch him, and it feels, God, Lila, it feels like the most exquisite pain I've ever known. I'm wet, so wet I can feel it on my thighs, and I'm terrified and I'm starving and I've never felt more powerful in my entire life." Lila's fingers found hers, lacing tight. "That, darling, is the first taste of freedom." Lottie turned her head, their masks almost touched, breath mingling in the small, charged space between. "I thought I would be jealous," she breathed. I thought I would shatter. Instead, I feel huge. Like love isn't a room we live in anymore. It's an ocean, and we've only ever stood at the edge. And Ben," her voice cracked, "Ben just stepped into the water for me." Victor's low chuckle drifted from the shadows where he watched them both. "Careful, little raven," he said, voice velvet and smoke. "Some women discover the ocean and never want to return to shore." Lottie laughed then, shaky, wild, the sound of a woman discovering wings. "Let the shore burn," she said, and the words tasted like champagne and gunpowder. "I want the tide." She rose in one fluid motion, silk whispering around her thighs, every sense alight. The room pulsed around her like a second skin. Somewhere in the crimson haze, Ben's eyes followed her, fierce and proud and utterly, perfectly hers. Lottie lifted her chin, tasting smoke and salt and the sharp, bright edge of her own becoming. Watching had been the first surrender. The moment Ben's hand slipped from the small of her back, the world tilted and spilled crimson light across her senses. Lottie sank onto the velvet settee as though the air itself had thickened into wine. The double bass no longer played, it bled. Each note oozed, slow and dark, through the floorboards, up through her calves, and settled behind her knees like warm, heavy hands. Every exhaled laugh became a tongue of smoke curling around her throat. Every rustle of silk sounded wet, like fingers dragged through honey. Somewhere a champagne cork sighed free with a soft, obscene pop, and the sound licked straight between her legs. She breathed in and the room poured into her lungs, tuberose bruised to the edge of rot, so heady it left purple stains on the back of her tongue, beeswax melting into gold rivers, the sharp metallic bite of spilled champagne, and beneath it all the animal note salt, musk, crushed fig, the unmistakable scent of bodies opening like night-blooming flowers. The perfume clung to the roof of her mouth until she tasted skin that was not her own. Touch arrived in layers. The velvet beneath her bare forearms was almost indecently soft, plush as a lover's inner thigh, warm from 100 previous bodies. Lila's thigh pressed against hers cashmere on silk, heat seeping through like slow poison. The black mask had grown damp. It clung to her cheekbones the way a mouth clings just before it bites. Every pulse point throbbed in obscene synchrony, wrists fluttering like trapped birds, throat fluttering harder, the hollows behind her knees slick with heat, and lower, a steady, treacherous drum that matched the bass and the distant wet slap of flesh on flesh. Crimson light dripped from the draped chandeliers in slow, viscous strands, thick as melted rubies, pooling on bare shoulders, sliding down the groove of a woman's spine, catching on the bead of sweat trembling at a man's collarbone before it fell. Shadows and bodies blurred into one living fresco. A woman's back arched like a drawn bow while 4 hands, 2 male, 2 female, drew the string tighter. A man's head thrown back, throat a pale, vulnerable column offered to lips hidden behind lace. Ben, swaying in the scarlet woman's arms, the line of his throat catching the light like a blade being unsheathed. Lottie's own body betrayed her in waves. First the sudden, shocking rush of slick heat between her thighs, so copious she felt it slide, warm and shameless, along the crease where leg met hip. Then the weight in her breasts, heavy as fruit almost too ripe, nipples drawn so tight the silk rasping across them felt like teeth. She shifted, and the drag of fabric was a slow, deliberate tongue tracing every nerve ending she possessed. A moan drifted from the shadows, low, broken, reverent, and the sound sank into her like fingers. Her hands curled into the velvet until the nap burned her palms like crushed rubies. She was trembling in fine, continuous shudders that had nothing to do with cold and everything to do with the moment just before falling. Lila's breath stirred the fine hairs at her temple, jasmine, fig, sin, and the contact detonated behind Lottie's eyes in white gold sparks. "Look at him," Lila whispered, lips barely grazing the shell of her ear. "Look how beautifully he moves when he finally lets himself be seen." Lottie looked. Ben's head had fallen back. The crimson light licked along his throat, painting it in slow, wet strokes. His eyes, dark, blazing, utterly hers, were fixed on her even while another woman's gloved hands shaped the rhythm of his hips. The knowledge that he danced for her, because of her, with her permission, sent a fresh surge of slick heat flooding her, until she felt herself opening like a night blooming cereus under a hidden moon. She was drowning in layered sensation, sound braided with scent, touch braided with sight, until the room itself became a second skin, pulsing, breathing, devouring her alive. Lottie drew one shuddering breath that tasted of candle smoke and crushed orchids, and the sharp, bright edge of her own becoming. And in that moment, masked and trembling on the brink, she understood that watching had only been the first surrender. The next would taste like salt and fire and forever. The music slowed to a single, languid heartbeat. Lottie remained on the velvet settee, thighs pressed tight, pulse roaring in her ears like distant surf. Lila's hand still rested lightly on her wrist, no pressure, only presence, yet that single point of contact burned hotter than the chandeliers overhead. In the hush between one note and the next, Lottie let herself fall inward, into the crimson dark theater of her own imagination. She saw herself rising, silk whispering like water around her ankles, the black mask no longer hiding her but revealing her. She saw herself walking barefoot across the parquet, every step leaving a faint imprint of heat. She saw a woman in emerald silk, tall, raven-haired, collarbones sharp enough to cut glass, turn and smile the slow, knowing smile of someone who recognizes hunger when it finally sheds its disguise. Lottie imagined the woman's fingers, cool, steady, brushing the inside of her wrist, tracing the frantic flutter there, then sliding upward to the hollow of her elbow, guiding her forward without ever asking permission, because permission had already been written in the tremor of Lottie's breath. She saw a man broad-shouldered, silver at the temples, eyes the color of winter seas watching from the edge of the dance floor. He did not move yet, only watched, and the weight of that gaze felt like a hand settling between her shoulder blades, pressing gently, inexorably, until her spine arched in involuntary welcome. She pictured herself at the center of a small, perfect circle, the raven-haired woman at her left, lips brushing the shell of her ear with murmured praise. The silver-templed man at her right, palms spread low on her back, steadying her even as he coaxed her deeper. And somewhere behind her, always behind her, Ben, watching, breathing hard, eyes black with pride and pain and a love so fierce it could survive anything she chose to become. She imagined the first kiss not on her mouth, but on the inside of her wrist, soft, deliberate, a vow. Then another higher at the delicate crease of her elbow. She imagined the slow unfastening of tiny pearl buttons, each one slipping free like a secret finally told. Cool air kissing newly bared skin, warm mouths following, mapping collarbone, throat, the soft slope where neck meets shoulder. Hands, so many hands, never hurried, never crude, only reverent, as though her body were a cathedral they had waited years to enter. She saw herself on her knees, silk pooling like spilled ink, looking up through the fringe of her mask at Ben across the room, his chest rising and falling in perfect agony, his lips parted on her name though no sound emerged. She saw herself smile at him, slow, wicked, utterly unafraid, and mouth the words, "Watch me love you like this." And in that imagined moment, she understood she would never come back. not to the woman who had stood trembling on the edge an hour ago. The Lottie who would eventually walk out of this house at dawn would be someone larger, wilder, clothed in salt and candle smoke, and the absolute certainty that love could stretch to hold every desire without ever breaking. A single tear slipped from beneath the silk mask, slid warm down her cheek, and tasted of champagne and surrender. Lila caught it on one fingertip, brought it to her own lips, and smiled. "Soon, darling," she whispered, as though she had watched the entire vision unfold inside Lottie's skin. "Very soon." Lottie's answer was barely sound, only breath shaped into truth. "When I cross this floor, I won't stop until the ocean takes me." And in the crimson hush, with the bass still bleeding through the floorboards and Ben's gaze burning across the room, she felt the tide already rising to meet her. The night had thinned to a single, trembling filament of time. Lottie rose from the settee as though pulled by invisible strings. The room parted for her, not dramatically, only a subtle shift of bodies, a widening of shadows, until she stood at the edge of the parquet like a diver at the lip of a midnight sea. Ben was there in 3 heartbeats, the scarlet woman already melting back into the crimson haze with a graceful nod of farewell. His hands found Lottie's waist, fingers digging in as though to anchor them both to the earth. "Lottie," he breathed, voice ragged behind the mask. "Say the word and we leave right now." She looked up at him, at the sweat at his temple, the pulse hammering in his throat, the eyes black with everything he had witnessed and everything he still feared. Then she did the only thing left to do. She kissed him. Not the gentle, reassuring kiss of husband and wife, but a slow, open-mouthed claiming that tasted of champagne and salt and the sharp, bright edge of no turning back. When she pulled away, her lips were swollen, her breath trembling. "I'm ready," she whispered against his mouth. "But only if you stay with me." He made a sound, half sob, half prayer, and crushed her to him so tightly she felt his heart trying to break free of his ribs and into hers. Lila appeared at their side, Victor a silent shadow behind her. Without a word, she took Lottie's hand, laced their fingers, and led them deeper past the dance floor, past the low moans and soft laughter, down a corridor lit only by sconces that bled gold onto crimson walls. They entered a smaller chamber, the library, perhaps, in another life. Books lined the walls like sleeping sentinels. A fire crackled low in a marble hearth. Heavy velvet drapes shut out the world. Only 6 people occupied the room, 3 couples, masks still in place, moving in a slow, unhurried choreography of touch and consent. A chaise long of deep sapphire waited in the center, lit by a single branch of candles. Lila guided Lottie to it, pressed her gently down until the velvet sighed beneath her weight. "Only what you wish," Lila murmured, kneeling so their eyes were level. "Nothing more, nothing less." Lottie's hands shook as she reached up and untied her own mask. The silk fell away, candlelight painted her bare face in gold and rose. She felt suddenly, shockingly naked, more naked than if she had removed every stitch of clothing. Ben dropped to his knees beside the chaise, mask gone, eyes wide and dark and utterly defenseless. Victor moved behind him, a reassuring hand on Ben's shoulder, permission, solidarity, benediction. A woman approached, the raven-haired beauty from Lottie's vision, emerald silk shimmering like forest water. She knelt opposite Ben, took Lottie's trembling hand, and pressed a slow, reverent kiss to the inside of her wrist. The contact was fire and forgiveness at once. Another man, silver temples, winter sea eyes, joined them, kneeling at Lottie's feet. He did not touch her yet, only waited, patient as snowfall. Lottie looked at Ben, really looked, saw the fear and the pride and the love so fierce it could burn cities. "I choose this," she said clearly, voice steady for the first time all night. "I choose us, and I choose more." Ben's answer was to lean forward and kiss her again, slow, deliberate claiming, while 4 other hands began, with exquisite care, to map the geography of the woman he had married and was only now beginning to truly meet. There was no hurry. There was only breath and candlelight and the soft rustle of silk surrendering to gravity. There were whispered questions, "May I?" "Is this welcome?" And whispered answers that tasted like yes and please and always. Somewhere in the haze, Lottie felt Ben's hand find hers, fingers lacing tight even as other fingers traced the delicate line of her collarbone, even as lips brushed the hollow beneath her ear, even as the world narrowed to heat and heartbeat, and the glorious, terrifying certainty that love could stretch this far without ever breaking. When the candles had burned low and the fire settled into embers, they drew the velvet drapes and left the library together, 5 bodies moving as one graceful, trembling creature. Lottie walked between Ben and Lila, barefoot now, gown half-buttoned, hair spilling wild over her shoulders. She felt the cool night air of the corridor kiss skin that still hummed with foreign fingerprints and familiar love. She looked up at Ben, eyes shining brighter than the chandeliers they had left behind. "Thank you," she whispered. He brought their joined hands to his lips and kissed her knuckles as though they were sacred. "Thank you for trusting me to follow," he answered, voice rough with tears and wonder. Behind them, Victor closed the library door with a soft, final click. Ahead, the rest of the night waited, and Lottie, for the first time in her life, was no longer afraid of how much of it she might want. From the moment the library door closed behind them, Lottie felt the air change, as though the house itself had drawn a slow, reverent breath and held it. The fire in the marble hearth had burned low. Embers glowed like sleeping hearts, throwing long, trembling shadows across the walls of leather-bound books. The scent was richer here, old paper, beeswax, the faint ghost of brandy, and now the unmistakable perfume of skin warmed by candlelight and anticipation. Every inhalation tasted of smoke and salt and something darker, like crushed black cherries left too long in the sun. Lottie sank onto the sapphire chaise, and the velvet welcomed her like a lover's mouth, plush, heated, impossibly soft. The fabric sighed beneath her weight, releasing a faint cloud of dust and decades of secret kisses. Her gown had slipped from one shoulder. Cool air kissed the newly bared slope, then was chased away by the slow, deliberate glide of a woman's fingertip, the raven-haired beauty in emerald silk, tracing the line of her collarbone as though mapping a coastline she intended to explore forever. Lottie's pulse was no longer in her veins. It was everywhere in her wrists, her throat, the hollows behind her knees, between her thighs where heat gathered thick and sweet as melted honey. The black silk mask lay discarded on the rug. Candlelight painted her face in gold and rose and trembling wonder. She felt stripped more thoroughly than if every stitch had fallen away. Ben knelt at her side, mask gone, eyes huge and dark and defenseless. His breath came in shallow, audible waves. She could taste the champagne on it, sharp and bright, when he leaned close. "Lottie," he whispered, the single word cracked open with fear and worship. "Tell me you're still here." She turned her face to him, lips brushing the corner of his mouth. "I've never been more here," she breathed. "I'm everywhere at once, and all of it is yours." A soft, broken sound escaped him. He pressed his forehead to hers, fingers trembling as they cradled her jaw. "I'm terrified I'll lose you in this," he confessed, raw and shaking. "And I'm terrified I won't want to stop it even if I should." The honesty detonated between them like silent lightning. Behind him, Victor's hand settled on Ben's shoulder, steady, reassuring, male. The raven-haired woman knelt opposite Ben, her perfume jasmine, smoke, something feral curling around Lottie's senses. She took Lottie's trembling left hand and turned it palm upward, pressing a slow, open-mouthed kiss to the center. The contact was fire and absolution. Lottie's back arched involuntarily, A soft, helpless sound slipped from her throat. The silver-templed man knelt at her feet. He did not touch yet, only waited, winter sea eyes locked on hers. The anticipation alone felt like fingers gliding up the inside of her calf, though nothing had moved. Lottie looked from one face to another, Ben's love, Lila's knowing tenderness, the stranger's reverent hunger, and felt herself unfurl like a night-blooming flower under a hidden moon. "Yes," she said clearly, the word tasting of smoke and surrender. "Yes to all of it." The room exhaled. Hands began their slow pilgrimage, never hurried, never crude. The raven-haired woman's fingertips traced the delicate chain at Lottie's throat, then slipped lower, following the edge of emerald silk where it met fevered skin. Another hand, Victor's, she thought settled warm and possessive on Ben's nape, grounding him even as Ben's own fingers curled around Lottie's ankle beneath the fall of her gown, anchoring them both. Lips brushed the hollow beneath her ear, soft, deliberate, tasting of champagne and salt. Another mouth found the inside of her wrist, teeth grazing the frantic pulse there. Cool air kissed newly bared shoulders as tiny pearl buttons sighed free, one by one, each release a small, exquisite death of the woman she had been an hour ago. Every sense was magnified 1,000-fold. The fire crackled, spitting gold sparks that mirrored the ones detonating behind her eyes. The velvet beneath her shoulder blades was almost unbearably soft, plush as sin. Silk slid from her skin like warm water. Candlelight painted the slow reveal in molten rose and amber. She felt the weight of every gaze, Ben's fierce pride, Lila's delighted approval, the stranger's reverent awe like physical touch. Ben's hand never left hers. Even when lips, whose she no longer cared, brushed the slope where neck meets shoulder, even when fingers traced the delicate curve of her waist, even when her spine bowed in helpless, silent plea, his fingers stayed laced through hers, knuckles white, grounding her in the only truth that mattered. This was still them. This was still love, only larger, wilder, blazing. Somewhere in the haze she heard her own voice low, shattered, glorious. "Don't let go, Ben, never let go." His answer was a kiss pressed to the inside of her wrist, right over the place where another mouth had just worshipped. "Never," he vowed, voice raw with tears and triumph. "I'm holding the tide itself." And in the trembling, candlelit hush, with embers dying and desire rising, Lottie let the ocean take her at last. They left the Mayfair house just before sunrise, slipping out a side door into a city still wrapped in bruised, violet silence. The rain had stopped. The air tasted of wet stone and coming winter. Lottie walked barefoot, shoes dangling from 2 fingers, Ben's evening jacket draped over her shoulders. Her gown was buttoned crookedly, her hair spilled wild and fragrant with candle smoke and other people's perfumes. She had never felt more beautiful. The taxi ride home was wordless. They sat close, thighs pressed together, hands clasped so tightly their knuckles blanched. Every street lamp they passed painted gold across their faces, then released them back into shadow. When the cab turned into their quiet Bloomsbury Crescent, Lottie felt the house waiting patient, knowing already changed. Inside Harrowgate House, the hall was cold and dark and perfect. Ben closed the door behind them with a soft click that sounded like the closing of one life and the opening of another. For a long moment they simply stood, breathing each other in. Then Lottie spoke, voice husky from hours of whispers and gasps she could still taste on her tongue. "Upstairs," she said. "I need to see you, all of you. Now." They climbed the staircase slowly, shedding clothes as they went, his bow tie on the 3rd step. Her gown pooled like spilled ink on the landing, his shirt abandoned outside the bedroom door. By the time they reached the vast emerald-draped bed, they were naked, moonlight striping their skin in silver bars. Ben pulled her down onto the sheets and simply held her, face buried in her hair, body trembling with the effort of restraint. "Tell me," he said at last, voice raw. "Tell me everything you felt. Don't leave anything out. I need to hear it from your mouth while it's still burning." Lottie drew back just enough to meet his eyes. They were wet, fierce, terrified, incandescent. "I felt worshipped," she began, the words tumbling out like jewels from an overturned casket. "I felt every hand on me like a prayer. I felt beautiful in a way I didn't know bodies could be beautiful, not just desired, but cherished. When that woman kissed the inside of my wrist, I thought I would come apart right there. When the man with the silver temples looked at me like I was the answer to a question he'd carried for years." She laughed, shaky and wondering. "I wanted to give him the answer with my whole body." Ben's breath hitched. His hands moved restlessly over her skin, shoulders, ribs, the curve of her waist, as though checking she was still real. "And when I looked across the room and saw you watching," she continued, voice dropping to a reverent whisper, "it was the most erotic thing I've ever experienced. Knowing you were letting this happen, wanting it to happen, loving me through every second of it." A tear slipped from the corner of his eye and traced a path down his temple into the pillow. "I was jealous," he confessed, the words torn out of him. "Jealous and proud and so hard I thought I'd die. Every time someone touched you, I felt it in my bones. And every time you looked at me, God, Lottie, every time you looked at me, I felt like the luckiest man alive because you still chose me in the middle of all that beauty." She kissed the tear away, tasting salt and candle smoke in him. "I will always choose you," she said against his skin. "But I won't lie, I want more nights like tonight. I want to feel that alive again. I want to watch you feel it too. I want us to drown together and still come up breathing." Ben rolled her beneath him, hands framing her face, eyes blazing in the half-light. "Then we drown," he said fiercely. "Together. Every time, no secrets, no shame, just us and whatever this becomes." He entered her slowly, deliberately, their gazes locked. There was no hurry now, only the deep, deliberate reclaiming. Each thrust was a vow. "I saw you tonight. I see you now. I will see you always." Afterward they lay tangled, sweat cooling, hearts slowing into the same ancient rhythm. Dawn crept through the curtains in delicate fingers of rose and gold. Lottie traced idle patterns on Ben's chest and spoke into the quiet. "The West Wing," she said softly. "It's been waiting for this." He pressed a kiss to her hair. "Then we give it what it's waiting for." Outside, the first blackbird began to sing. Inside, husband and wife fell asleep wrapped in moonlight and each other, the taste of revolution still sweet on their tongues. They stumbled into the bedroom as the sky beyond the tall windows bled from indigo to the palest rose. The air was cold, sharp with November, yet their skin burned as though the Mayfair candles still licked across it. Clothes fell away in a trail of whispers, his shirt catching on the doorknob, her gown sighing to the floor like a secret finally told. Until they stood naked in the half-light, moonlight and dawnlight mingling on collarbones, hip bones, the trembling hollows beneath ribs. Lottie reached for him first, fingers sliding into his hair, pulling his mouth down to hers. The kiss was not gentle. It tasted of salt and smoke and every stranger's breath that still lingered on their lips. When they broke apart, both were shaking. Ben's voice cracked the silence like thin ice. "I need to hear it, Lottie. All of it, while it's still raw, while I can still feel their hands on you." She stepped back until the backs of her knees met the bed, then sank down, drawing him with her. The sheets were cool, almost shocking against fevered skin. The contrast dragged a soft moan from her throat. "I felt worshipped," she began, voice low and trembling with truth. "Every mouth, every fingertip, like I was something sacred they'd waited years to touch." When the raven-haired woman traced my collarbone, I felt it echo between my legs like a bell struck inside me. When the silver-templed man looked at me, God, Ben, he looked at me like I was the answer to every lonely night he'd ever spent pretending to be satisfied with less. And I wanted to give him the answer. I wanted to open for him the way a night flower opens for the moon, slow and shameless and inevitable. Ben's breath stuttered. His hands roamed her body's shoulders, breasts, the soft inward curve of her waist, mapping the places others had mapped hours earlier, reclaiming and surrendering in the same trembling stroke. I was jealous, he rasped, the confession torn from somewhere deep and bleeding. Jealous enough to break, and so proud my heart felt too small to hold it. Every time someone made you arch, every time you gasped, I felt it in my cock and in my soul at the same moment. I've never been harder in my life, and I've never been more terrified of losing you. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, slid warm into her hair. You didn't lose me, she whispered fiercely. You set me free, and watching you watch me, Ben, it was the most erotic thing I've ever known. Knowing you were letting this happen because you love me enough to burn. He made a broken sound and rolled her beneath him, skin sliding on skin, heat on heat. The sheets smelled of them now, sex and candle smoke and the faint jasmine that still clung to her throat from another woman's kiss. He entered her in one slow, deliberate glide, eyes locked, tears mingling where their cheeks touched. I felt you even when they were touching you, he confessed against her mouth, voice ragged with each thrust. Every moan you gave them was still mine. Every shiver, every yes. I was inside you the whole time, Lottie. I never left. She wrapped her legs high around his waist, ankles locking, drawing him deeper until there was no space left for anything but truth. Then stay, she gasped, nails scoring down his back. Stay while I become this. Stay while I want more nights, more hands, more mouths, more everything. Stay and love me louder than the jealousy. I will, he vowed, hips rolling slow and relentless, each stroke a promise. I'll love you until the jealousy turns into pride, until the fear turns into worship, until the only thing left is us, larger, wilder, unbreakable. They moved together in the growing light, no performance, only reclamation. Dawn painted them rose and gold. Their shadows merged and separated on the wall like lovers who had learned a new language. When release came, it was silent, shattering, a shared unraveling that left them clinging and sobbing and laughing all at once. Afterward, they lay tangled, sweat cooling, hearts hammering against each other's ribs. The room smelled of sex and candle smoke, and the cold, clean scent of coming winter through the cracked window. Lottie traced lazy circles over his heart. The West Wing, she whispered into the hush. It's time. Ben pressed his lips to her temple, tasting salt and dawn. We'll keep one bedroom sacred, he murmured. Just ours, the rest, his fingers laced through hers. The rest we open quietly, carefully, only to those who understand the rules. Rule 1, she said, echoing their earlier pact, voice soft and deadly serious. We never leave a room without the other. Rule 2, he continued. If either of us says home, everything stops, no questions. Rule 3, she finished, turning to meet his eyes. We come back here every single time and drown again, just us, until the ocean feels like it belongs only to two. He kissed her then, slow, reverent, absolute. Outside, the first true light of morning spilled across the sheets, gilding their joined hands. Inside, Harrowgate House stirred, stretched, and began to smile with all its secret rooms. Dawn did not arrive. It bled. A single blade of rose gold light slipped between the curtains and cut across the bed like a slow, deliberate knife. It touched Lottie's collarbone first, then slid lower, gilding the faint red crescents Ben's mouth had left along the slope of her breast. The room smelled of crushed jasmine still clinging to her hair, of salt and candle smoke etched into their skin, of sex so recent it lingered in the air like incense. Every breath tasted metallic with spent desire and the cold, clean edge of winter seeping through the cracked window. They lay facing each other, foreheads touching, tears drying in silver tracks on their temples. The sheets were twisted low around their hips, damp in places, cool in others, clinging like a second, possessive skin. Ben's voice came out cracked and raw, as though the night had scraped his throat clean of every polite lie he had ever told himself. "I need to say it while it still hurts," he whispered. "When that woman's mouth was on your throat, and you arched like you were dying of pleasure, I wanted to kill him for touching you. And I wanted to fall on my knees and thank him for making you look like that. I've never been so jealous and so grateful at the same time. It felt like my heart was being torn out and handed back to me larger, bleeding, impossible to fit inside my chest anymore." Lottie's answering sob was half laugh, half prayer. She pressed her open mouth to his, tasting the salt of his tears and the lingering ghost of champagne. "I know," she breathed against his lips. "I felt you feeling it. Every time I opened my eyes you were there, watching me come undone, and it made the pleasure 1,000 times sharper because it was still yours. I was never more yours than when I was giving myself away." His fingers dug into her hip, hard enough to bruise, branding, claiming, worshipping. "I'm terrified this will eat us alive," he confessed, voice shaking harder now. "And I'm more terrified that if we stop, I'll never feel you this alive again. I want to own you and set you free in the same breath. I want to watch you burn and be the one holding the match and the one catching the ashes." Lottie's tears fell faster, sliding over the bridge of her nose to mingle with his. "Then burn me," she said, fierce and reverent. "Burn me every night until there's nothing left of the woman who was afraid of wanting too much." "I choose the fire, Ben. I choose the ruin if it means I get to rise from it with you." He made a sound like something breaking open, something sacred, and rolled her beneath him. Their bodies knew the way now, slick and trembling, fitting together like the last 2 pieces of a puzzle the universe had been trying to solve since the beginning of time. When he slid inside her, it was with the slowness of a man entering a cathedral he intends never to leave. The sheets rasped against her back like cool silk tongues. The faint frost on the window panes glittered like scattered diamonds. Every thrust sent ripples of rose gold light across their joined skin. "Look at me," he commanded, voice ragged with love and terror and absolute surrender. She did, eyes wide, wet, unflinching. "I love you," he said on every stroke, the words punched out of him like breaths after running. "I love you when you're only mine, and I love you when you're everyone's, and I love you most when you come back to me dripping with other people's worship and still choose this bed." Lottie's back bowed. Her nails raked down his spine, leaving white trails that flushed red in the dawn. "I will always come back," she vowed, the words fracturing around his name. "Even when I'm 1,000 miles out to sea, I will always swim home to you." Release came like dying and being reborn in the same heartbeat, silent, shattering, a shared annihilation. They clung through the aftershocks, tears and sweat and dawnlight mingling until none of them knew where one ended and the others began. When the storm finally passed, they lay wrapped so tightly there was no space for even a breath between them. The first true ray of sunlight spilled across the bed, warming the places where teeth and mouths and tears had marked ownership and surrender in equal measure. Lottie pressed her lips to the pulse hammering beneath his jaw. "The West Wing opens next weekend," she whispered, voice hoarse and certain. "We start small, 8 people. Only the ones who understand that every moan, every touch, every yes still belongs first and finally to us." Ben's arms tightened until she felt his heartbeat through her own ribs. Then we build the ocean inside our own walls, he answered, the words a vow sealed against her skin. And we learn how to breathe underwater together. Outside, London woke to an ordinary Saturday. Inside Harrowgate House, two people fell asleep tangled in the ruins of who they had been, already dreaming of the gods they were becoming. Saturday, 7 December. The first true frost silvered the garden. Inside Harrowgate House, every chandelier blazed. They had transformed the entire West Wing in 7 fevered days. The morning room became a bar of smoked mirrors and crystal decanters. The 3 guest bedrooms were stripped of ordinary bedding and dressed in midnight linens, low lighting, and velvet restraints tucked discreetly beneath pillows like love letters no one would read unless invited. The largest bedroom, once the St. Clair's, was now the heart. A vast 4-poster draped in charcoal silk, candles in iron sconces, and a single crimson iris in a silver vase on the mantel, the only color in the room, the only signal required. 8 people crossed the private entrance at 9 o'clock precisely. Victor and Lila arrived first, masked in black lace and quiet triumph. Then came the raven-haired woman in emerald, now revealed as Sabine, a Parisian gallery owner with a laugh like dark honey. Her husband, Julian, tall and saturnine, eyes the color of wet ash. Adrian and Celeste, the silver-templed man and his cool, blonde wife whose mouth curved like a secret. And finally, Marcus and Alina, a married couple from Lisbon, both sculptors, bodies carved as cleanly as their marble. 8 souls, 4 marriages, 1 unspoken covenant. What happened beneath this roof belonged only to the night and to the house. Lottie greeted them in a backless gown the color of spilled Merlot, hair loose, throat bare save for a single black ribbon. Ben stood at her side in faultless black tie. No mask tonight, only the fierce, possessive calm of a man who had learned to hold fire without being consumed. They did not call it a party. They called it the convention, an old word reclaimed, like the house itself. Music drifted through hidden speakers, slow, pulsing jazz that felt like a hand sliding up the spine. Champagne flowed, but no one hurried. Conversation began in the morning room, voices low, laughter softer. Consent was spoken aloud, playful and solemn at once. "May I kiss your wife's shoulder, Ben?" "Only if I may watch you do it, Julian." Every yes was savored like the first sip of a rare vintage. At 11, the lights dimmed further. Couples drifted toward the heart chamber as though pulled by the same invisible tide. Lottie felt the shift in the air, the moment silk and secrets finally outweighed words. She took Ben's hand and led him in last, closing the door behind them with a soft, deliberate click. Candles trembled in their sconces. Shadows leapt and merged on the high ceiling like dark wings. Sabine reached Lottie first, fingers brushing the black ribbon at her throat. "May I?" she asked, voice husky. Lottie's answer was to tilt her head, offering the column of her neck like a gift. Sabine's mouth settled warm and slow just above the ribbon. The kiss was reverent, lingering, a vow rather than a theft. Lottie's eyes fluttered shut. When they opened again, Ben was watching from the foot of the bed, pupils blown wide, chest rising and falling in perfect agony. Adrian moved behind Lottie, hands settling lightly on her hips. "And this," he murmured against her ear. "Yes," she breathed. Ben's answering exhale was almost a groan. One by one the others joined, never crowding, always asking, always receiving. Hands traced the bare line of her back where the gown dipped low. Lips brushed the inside of her wrist, the delicate skin beneath her breast through silk. Every touch was mirrored by Ben's gaze, possessive, proud, helplessly aroused. Lottie felt herself become liquid, molten. A single flame passed carefully from hand to hand, yet never extinguished. At the edge of the bed, Alina knelt before Ben, eyes lifted in silent question. He looked to Lottie, always to Lottie. She smiled, slow and wicked and utterly unafraid, and nodded once. The night unfolded like dark petals. There were moments of stillness, Celeste's fingers laced through Lottie's while Marcus's mouth mapped the curve of Ben's shoulder. There were moments of pure motion, bodies shifting, rearranging, discovering new geometries of pleasure. There was laughter, low and delighted, when someone discovered a new sensitivity. There were gasps that sounded like prayers when old boundaries dissolved into silk and breath and candlelight. And through it all, two constants, Lottie and Ben never lost sight of each other. Every touch, every sigh, every yes circled back to the invisible tether between them, stronger now, brighter, forged in fire and trust, and the absolute certainty that love could be this vast. When the candles had burned to stubs and the frost outside began to retreat before a pale winter dawn, the 8 guests slipped away as quietly as they had come, kisses pressed to cheeks, murmured thanks, promises of return. The west wing fell silent. Lottie and Ben stood alone in the heart chamber, barefoot on the scattered petals of the crimson iris, clothes half-buttoned, skin marked with faint, beautiful bruises of the night. She looked at him, really looked, and saw the man she had married transformed, eyes luminous with exhaustion and wonder, mouth swollen, hair wild, and still the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. He opened his arms. She walked into them without hesitation. Against his chest, she whispered the only truth left. "We did it. We opened the door and the house didn't burn." It sang. Ben's arms tightened until she felt his heartbeat through her own skin. "Then let it keep singing," he answered, voice rough with love and dawn and the beginning of everything. Outside, the first pale light touched the frost on the garden and turned it to scattered diamonds. Inside, Harrowgate House settled around them, sated, smiling, already hungry for the next convention of silk and secrets. Saturday, 14 December. Second convention. 12 souls crossed the private threshold. 12 heartbeats already too loud. The old ballroom had become a cathedral of tarnished silver and black desire. Mirrors on every wall, some cracked, some perfect, fractured candlelight into 1,000 trembling knives. A vast bed waited like an altar in the center, draped in charcoal silk so dark it drank the glow. Around it, low velvet chaises formed a silent circle. No shadows deep enough to hide in. No mercy. Lottie wore liquid black silk and a single crimson iris pinned at her hip like a wound. Ben's midnight velvet jacket was buttoned to the throat, as if cloth could armor him tonight. His jaw had not unclenched since Gabriel's name appeared on the list. Gabriel himself stood near the fireplace, alone, unfairly beautiful, dark honey skin, green eyes that looked straight through clothing and promises. He lifted his glass to Lottie in a small, private toast. Ben saw it. His fingers on her lower back turned to steel. Valentina, Roman, flame-haired, dangerous, crossed the room first, hips rolling like a promise she had no intention of keeping gentle. She stopped in front of Ben, tilted her head, and spoke directly to Lottie. "May I taste your husband, Regina?" The Italian rolled off her tongue like sin dipped in honey. Lottie's smile was slow, lethal. "Only if I can watch every second, Valentina, and only if you remember whose name he'll whisper when he comes." Valentina laughed, low, delighted by the edge. "Oh, I want him to whisper yours, that's the point." She took Ben's hand. He let her. His eyes never left Lottie's. Across the room, Gabriel moved. He stopped a breath away from Lottie, close enough that she smelled cedar smoke and something clean that made her knees want to fold. "I was told," he said, voice quiet enough for only her, "that nothing happens here without your yes." His gaze flicked to Ben, then back. "Both of yours." Lottie lifted her chin. "Then earn it properly, Gabriel. Earn it while he watches." Gabriel's smile was soft, devastating. Gladly. He did not touch her yet. He simply let the mirrors do the work, showing her Ben's reflection in 100 fractured versions, each one watching Valentina's crimson nails slide beneath his collar, each one watching Gabriel stand a heartbeat away from Lottie's mouth. Valentina leaned in, lips brushing the hollow beneath Ben's ear. Ben's sharp inhale cut the air like a blade. Lottie felt it between her ribs, jealousy, bright and vicious and perfect. Gabriel's hand rose slow, deliberate, giving every mirror time to witness, and brushed a single fingertip along the diamond chain at her throat. "Tell me when the ache becomes too beautiful to bear," he whispered. "I'll stop the instant you say the word, or I'll ruin you so gently you'll thank me for every shattered piece." Lottie's pulse thundered against his thumb. She turned her head just enough to lock eyes with Ben across the abyss. Valentina's mouth was moving lower, tracing the line of his throat. Ben's pupils were blown wide, lips parted, chest heaving. He looked like a man being devoured and reborn at the same time. Their gaze held silent, ferocious, stripped bare. "Don't you dare look away. I won't if you won't. I love you most when it hurts like this. Then let it fucking hurt." Lottie leaned into Gabriel's touch, just enough for the mirrors to catch the arch of her throat, the flutter of her lashes. "Watch," she mouthed to Ben, the word flung across the room like a gauntlet. Ben's answer was a low, broken sound that belonged only to her. Valentina heard it, smiled against his skin, and bit not hard, just enough to mark. Gabriel's thumb pressed once, gently, over Lottie's racing pulse. "Still breathing, Regina," he murmured. "Barely," she whispered. "Keep going." The cello in the hidden speakers began to weep harder, slow, gut-deep notes that felt like fingers dragging down a spine. Nikolai's pianist hands found Oksana's bare shoulder blades and began to play silent arpeggios across her skin. Emara laughed, low, velvet, as Leo's camera flashed once. Capturing the exact moment, Dante's hand slid possessively up his wife's thigh while she devoured another man's throat. Jealousy and desire braided so tightly they became one bright, unbearable rope. Gabriel leaned closer, lips barely grazing the shell of Lottie's ear. "Tell me the truth," he said, voice rough with restraint. "Are you wet because he's letting her taste him, or because he's watching me taste you?" Lottie's answer came out shattered, honest, glorious. "Both, God, both, and I hate how much I love it." Gabriel's smile against her skin was almost tender. "Good," he breathed. "Then we're just getting started." Across the room, Ben's hand suddenly fisted in Valentina's red hair, not pulling her away, only anchoring himself. His eyes never left Lottie's. Lottie felt the tether between them stretch, burn, hold. She smiled, slow, wicked, absolutely unafraid, and mouthed again, "Watch me love you like this." The mirrors caught it 1,000-fold. The candles trembled. And the night opened its mouth and began to feed. Lottie's pulse was no longer blood, it was wildfire. Every mirror threw her back at herself 1,000 times, lips parted, eyes black with hunger, the diamond chain at her throat flashing like a collar of captured stars. She looked like a woman who had stepped out of her old skin and was still deciding whether to burn it or wear it as a trophy. Gabriel's thumb rested on the exact spot where her pulse beat hardest. She felt the pressure travel straight between her legs, a bright, liquid shock, and still she stared across the room at Ben. Valentina had him backed against a mirrored pillar now. One crimson nail traced the edge of his lower lip. The other hand had slipped inside his open collar. Ben's head was tilted back, throat exposed, the muscle in his jaw jumping like a trapped thing. He looked ruined. He looked magnificent, and he was watching her. Lottie felt the jealousy hit first, a hot, vicious spike right beneath her sternum when Valentina's mouth replaced her fingers on Ben's lip. It hurt. It hurt so perfectly she almost laughed aloud. Then came the second wave, pride, fierce and maternal and filthy all at once. That was her husband letting another woman taste him, letting the room see how beautifully he surrendered, and he was doing it for her, because she had asked, because she had dared. The third wave was pure, blazing arousal. She was soaked. The silk between her thighs clung, slick and shameless, and Gabriel hadn't even kissed her yet. Gabriel felt the tremor that ran through her. His voice dropped to a thread of smoke. "Tell me what you're feeling right now, Lottie, out loud. I want to hear the exact moment you break." She didn't look at him. She kept her eyes on Ben, on the way his chest heaved when Valentina's teeth grazed his collarbone. "I'm jealous enough to scream," she said, the words raw, shaking, honest. "And so fucking proud I could come just from watching him let you all see what belongs to me. I hate her mouth on him, and I want it there forever, because it's making him look at me like I'm the only god he'll ever worship." A low, animal sound escaped Ben across the room, half groan, half prayer. His hand tightened in Valentina's hair, not pushing her away, only anchoring, claiming, surviving. Valentina laughed against his skin and spoke without lifting her head. "He's delicious when he's jealous, your husband. Shall I make him moan your name, Regina? Shall I make him beg for you while my tongue is on him?" Ben's eyes flared fury, lust, love, all braided into one incandescent glare. He didn't speak, but his lips formed a single silent word that every mirror flung back at Lottie like thrown diamonds, "only you." Lottie's knees buckled. Gabriel caught her by the waist, steady, inevitable. His mouth brushed the shell of her ear. "Still breathing," he whispered. "No," she gasped. "I stopped the moment he looked at me like that." Ben's reaction was immediate, visceral. He wrenched Valentina's mouth from his throat with a grip that looked almost painful, but his eyes never left Lottie's. His chest was heaving. A thin sheen of sweat caught the candlelight on his exposed collarbone. He looked like a man on the edge of violence and worship in equal measure. Across the room, his voice came out cracked and deadly quiet, yet every person heard it. "Lottie." Just her name. Nothing else. But it was a command, a confession, a vow, and a plea all at once. Lottie answered by stepping forward out of Gabriel's arms, out of every safe harbor, and walking straight across the mirrored floor until she stood a breath away from Ben and the woman still tangled in his shadow. She reached up, cupped his face with both hands, and spoke so only he could hear. "I'm here," she whispered, thumb stroking the place Valentina's teeth had marked. "I'm always here. Even when they touch you, even when I let them touch me, I'm right here." Ben's eyes filled actual tears, bright and unshed. His forehead dropped to hers. "Don't stop," he rasped, voice shredded. "Don't you dare stop. I need to watch you break the same way you're breaking me. I need to know we survive it." Lottie kissed him then, hard, filthy, tender, in front of every mirror, every witness, every jealous god in the room. When she pulled back, her lips were swollen, her voice steady as steel. "Then watch," she said. "Watch me love you so hard the whole world feels it." She turned in the circle of his arms, pressed her back to his chest, and opened her hand to Gabriel, an invitation, a dare, a promise. Gabriel took it. Ben's arms locked around her waist like iron bands. And the mirrors caught the exact moment jealousy turned into something sacred. The mirrors no longer reflected. They devoured. Lottie stood sealed against Ben's chest, his arms locked around her waist like iron forged in fire. Gabriel knelt before her, slow as sunrise, eyes the color of absinthe and absolution. Behind them, the room had fallen into a hush so complete the only sounds were breath, heartbeat, and the soft, wet click of a candle guttering. Gabriel's hands settled on her bare ankles, warm, deliberate, then began their slow pilgrimage. Palms gliding up the smooth columns of her calves, thumbs pressing just behind her knees until her legs trembled and parted of their own accord. Higher, over the soft backs of her thighs, gathering black silk upward in a slow, liquid ripple until the fabric bunched at her hips and cool air kissed the fevered skin beneath. Ben's mouth found the curve where her neck met shoulder and claimed it with a slow, deliberate bite, not gentle, possessive. At the exact moment, Gabriel's breath ghosted over the damp lace that barely covered her. "Tell me," Gabriel murmured, the words vibrating against the most sensitive part of her. "Tell me how ready you are for this." Lottie's answer was a broken moan that belonged to no language. Ben's hands moved, one sliding up to cup her breast through silk, rolling the aching peak between thumb and forefinger until it throbbed like a second heartbeat. The other splayed low across her belly, pinning her against the rigid evidence of his own need straining through velvet. "Look at the mirrors," Ben growled against her ear, teeth scraping skin. "Look at what you've made us." She looked. 1,000 Lottes stared back, gown rucked to her waist, legs parted over Gabriel's shoulders, Ben's dark head bent to her throat, his hand disappearing beneath black silk to join Gabriel's worship. Gabriel hooked one finger under the lace and eased it aside. Cool air. Then the slow, deliberate press of his mouth, warm, reverent, devastating in one long, unbroken stroke of devotion. Lottie's spine bowed so violently Ben had to tighten his grip to keep her upright. Her cry ricocheted off every mirror, multiplied into a choir of raw surrender. Another slow, deliberate caress, deeper, more deliberate, circling the center of her pleasure with the patience of a man who had waited weeks to worship at this altar. Ben's fingers joined the worship, 2 thick fingers sliding inside her without warning, curling, stroking that secret place that made her vision fracture into white gold sparks. She was being adored from both sides, Ben's mouth marking her neck, Gabriel's lips and tongue drawing exquisite patterns of fire, Ben's fingers claiming every tremor Gabriel coaxed from her body. "Look at me," Ben snarled, forcing her head toward the nearest mirror. "Watch yourself come apart in another man's arms while I hold you. Watch what love looks like when it stops pretending to be safe." She watched. She saw her own mouth open on a silent cry as Gabriel drew the peak of her pleasure between his lips and Ben's fingers moved in perfect, relentless rhythm. She saw her thighs shake, saw her hips roll shamelessly against 2 mouths and one hand that belonged to 2 different men and somehow still belonged only to her husband. The climax hit like a cathedral bell struck inside her bones, long, rolling, merciless. She came apart with Gabriel's mouth sealed to her center, Ben's teeth in her shoulder, and her own shattered reflections screaming back at her from every direction. When the waves finally ebbed, Gabriel rose slowly, pressing one last reverent kiss to the inside of her thigh before stepping back. Ben turned her in his arms, crushed his mouth to hers, so she tasted herself on his tongue and Gabriel's devotion on his breath. "I felt every pulse," he rasped against her swollen lips. "Every time you trembled for him, you trembled for me. I've never been more yours." Lottie could only cling to him, legs trembling, tears of release sliding down her cheeks. Gabriel stepped back, beautiful, gracious, already fading into the mirrors, leaving them alone in the eye of the storm. Ben lifted her then, effortlessly, carried her the 3 steps to the vast charcoal bed, and laid her down like an offering. The night was far from over. But for one trembling heartbeat, the mirrors showed only 2 people, shattered, remade, and more in love than any reflection could ever contain. The candles had burned themselves into twisted, dripping skeletons. The mirrors were fogged with breath and heat, reflections now soft, blurred, almost merciful. Lottie lay on her back in the center of the vast charcoal bed, gown long gone, skin painted in candlelight and faint, perfect bruises shaped like fingerprints and mouths. Ben was stretched beside her, one arm locked beneath her neck, the other resting possessively across her ribs, as if even now he needed to feel her heartbeat to believe she was still his. The room had emptied slowly, quiet murmurs, soft kisses pressed to shoulders and wrists, the rustle of silk being gathered from the floor. Gabriel had been the last to leave. He had paused at the foot of the bed, met Lottie's eyes for one long, unreadable moment, then inclined his head to Ben in something that looked very much like respect. The door had closed behind him with the gentlest click. Now there was only silence and the two of them, and the house breathing around them like a satisfied animal. Ben's voice came first rough, scraped raw. "I need to know," he said, staring at the ceiling where shadows still danced. "I need to know if I just watched you fall in love with someone else." Lottie turned her head on the pillow. Moonlight through the high windows silvered the tears drying on his lashes. "No," she whispered. "You watched me fall deeper in love with you." He made a sound, half laugh, half sob, and rolled toward her, burying his face in the damp curve of her neck. "I was so jealous I couldn't breathe," he confessed against her skin. "Every time he touched you, I wanted to tear the room apart. And every time you looked at me while he touched you, I've never been harder in my life." "I hated him. I wanted to thank him. I wanted to be him. I wanted to be the only one who ever makes you shake like that again." Lottie threaded her fingers through his hair, holding him close. "You are," she said fiercely. "You always are. Gabriel was beautiful. He was perfect. But he was a mirror, Ben. A mirror you held up so I could see how much you love me. Every moan I gave him belonged to you first." Ben pulled back just enough to search her face. "Promise me," he said, voice cracking. "Promise me we survive this, that we don't become one of those couples who open the door and then spend the rest of their lives trying to close it again." Lottie cupped his cheek, thumb tracing the faint mark Valentina had left beneath his jaw. "We won't," she said, "because we never lie, not to them, not to each other. And because every time we come back to this bed, just us, we'll be stronger, wilder, more ours." He kissed her then, slow, deliberate, tasting of salt and smoke and absolute trust. When he pulled away, his eyes were steady for the first time all night. "I have a new rule," he said quietly. "Tell me. No more solo invitations. From now on, if someone new walks through that door, we choose them together or not at all." Lottie nodded, relief and love flooding her chest. "Agreed. And one more," she added, voice soft. "After every convention, we spend the first hour of dawn right here, no guests, no mirrors, no masks, just skin and truth and the sound of the house remembering who it belongs to." Ben smiled, the first real smile since Gabriel's name had appeared on the list. "Done." They lay in silence for a long time, limbs tangled, hearts slowing into the same ancient rhythm. Eventually, Lottie spoke into the dark. "Next time," she whispered, "I want to watch you lose yourself the way I did tonight. I want to be the one holding the mirror." Ben's arm tightened around her. "Then prepare yourself, Mrs. Ravencroft," he murmured against her temple. "Because when that night comes, I won't be gentle with the reflection." Outside, the frost began to melt from the windows, dripping in slow, deliberate tears. Inside, Harrowgate House settled around its masters, sated, proud, already dreaming of the next convention, and the one after that, and the one after that. The door was open, and they had only just begun to walk through it. Lottie lay staring at the ceiling's shifting shadows, feeling the house breathe around them like a great, satisfied beast. Every bruise on her skin felt like a secret signature, Gabriel's mouth here, Valentina's nails there, Ben's teeth everywhere else. She was raw, flayed open, and yet she had never felt more whole. She turned her head and studied Ben in the half-light. He was still trembling, fine, almost invisible tremors running through the arm locked beneath her neck. His lashes were wet, his mouth swollen, the faint crescent of Valentina's bite just visible beneath his jaw. He looked like a man who had walked through fire and discovered he liked the taste of smoke. Lottie reached up, brushed a tear from the corner of his eye with her thumb. "Talk to me," she whispered. Ben's exhale was shaky, almost a laugh. I'm wrecked, he said, voice scraped raw. I'm so in love with you it hurts to breathe, and I'm terrified that tonight cracked something in me I'll never be able to put back together. He turned to face her fully, eyes searching hers with desperate honesty. Every time he made you moan, I felt it in my spine. Every time you looked at me while he had his mouth on you, I wanted to die and live forever at the same time. I've never been so jealous and so grateful and so completely, humiliatingly hard in front of strangers. Lottie's heart clenched, pain and pride and fierce, possessive tenderness. I know, she breathed. I felt the same when Valentina had you against that pillar. I wanted to drag her off you by her hair and kiss the mark she left at the same time. I hated her. I wanted to thank her. I wanted to be her for a second so I could feel what it was like to taste the man who belongs to me. Ben's eyes darkened, pupils flaring. You do belong to me, he said, low and dangerous. And I belong to you. Tonight didn't change that. It just proved the cage was never big enough for what we actually are. Lottie shifted closer until their foreheads touched, breath mingling. Then let's stop pretending we need a cage, she said. Let's build something bigger. Ben's hand slid down to rest over her heart, feeling its wild rhythm. Tell me what you want next, he said. No filters, no shame. Lottie didn't hesitate. I want the third convention to be yours, she said, voice steady and blazing. I want to choose someone who makes you lose your mind the way Gabriel made me lose mine. I want to hold the mirror this time. I want to watch you discover how it feels to be worshipped while I'm the one keeping you safe. I want to be jealous and proud and so turned on I can't see straight. And when it's over, I want to bring you back to this bed and remind you that every sound you made for them was still my name in a different language. Ben's breath hitched, his fingers tightened over her heart. Careful what you ask for, Lottie, he warned, voice rough with new hunger. Because I already know who I want. She arched a brow. Tell me. Sabine, he said without hesitation. The raven-haired Parisian, the one who kissed your wrist like she was tasting communion wine. I want her mouth on me while you watch. I want her to make me say your name so many times it becomes a prayer. And I want you to hold my hand the entire time so I never forget who I come home to. Lottie felt heat flood her again, fresh, shocking, perfect. Done, she whispered. And I want Nikolai, the pianist. I want those dangerous hands composing something filthy on my skin while you watch from 2 feet away and decide whether you want to kill him or thank him. Ben's smile was slow, feral, and utterly unafraid. Third convention, he said, sealing the pact with a kiss that tasted of salt and future sins. Sabine for me. Nikolai for you. Same room, same rules, no mercy. Lottie laughed, soft, wicked, incandescent. And after that, she continued, tracing the mark on his throat, we invite them all back. Bigger. Bolder. We keep choosing together. We keep coming home together. We keep proving that love doesn't break when you stretch it. It just learns how to fill the entire house. Ben rolled her beneath him, pinning her wrists above her head with one hand, eyes blazing in the dawn. Then we never close the west wing again, he vowed against her mouth. We let the house grow its own legends. We become the story people whisper about when they talk about marriages that refuse to stay small. Lottie arched up to meet him, sealing the future with her body as thoroughly as she had with her words. Outside, the first pale light of December sunrise slipped through the mirrors and painted them both in fragile, triumphant gold. Inside, 2 people who had once been afraid of wanting too much finally admitted they had only just begun. Saturday, 11 January. The invitation was written in Lottie's own hand, on heavy black card edged in silver. You are summoned to witness 2 souls set themselves on fire. No masks tonight, only truth. 16 people crossed the threshold this time. The West Wing had grown again, the old music room had been opened, its grand piano moved into the mirrored ballroom like a dark, gleaming altar. The air smelled of frost, beeswax, and anticipation sharp enough to cut. Sabine arrived first, raven hair loose, emerald silk clinging to every lethal curve. She greeted Ben with a slow, deliberate kiss to the corner of his mouth, then turned to Lottie with a smile that promised ruin and redemption in the same breath. Nikolai followed minutes later, tall, silent, pianist's hands that looked capable of breaking hearts or composing symphonies, sometimes both at once. He bowed over Lottie's hand, lips brushing her knuckles for one heartbeat longer than courtesy required, then met Ben's eyes with a look that said, "I understand the privilege and the price." The rules were spoken aloud only once, in Lottie's clear, ringing voice. "Everything stops the instant either of us says home. Everything else is allowed." The piano began to play Nikolai, shirt sleeves rolled high, fingers moving over ivory with the same reverence he would soon show skin. The notes were low, minor, almost mournful, a love song written for people who had decided to burn. Sabine took Ben's hand and led him to the vast charcoal bed. Lottie's heart slammed against her ribs, jealousy, pride, hunger braided so tight she could barely breathe. Nikolai stopped playing. He crossed the room in 3 silent strides and stood before Lottie. "May I?" he asked, voice like vodka poured over ice. Lottie glanced at Ben, Sabine already unbuttoning his shirt with deliberate slowness, emerald silk sliding from one pale shoulder. Ben's eyes were black with storm and devotion. He nodded once. Lottie turned back to Nikolai. "Play me," she said. Nikolai's smile was small, dangerous, and utterly obedient. He lifted her onto the piano, the lid closed, ebony cool beneath her bare thighs, and began. Fingers that had just torn music from ivory now tore breath from her lungs, tracing collarbones, the hollow of her throat, the soft underside of her breast through black lace. Behind her, Sabine's mouth found the mark Valentina had left weeks ago and renewed it with teeth and tongue while Ben's head fell back, a low, broken sound escaping him that belonged only to Lottie. The mirrors caught everything, Sabine's raven hair spilling across Ben's chest as she knelt between his thighs. Nikolai's pale hands pushing Lottie's dress higher, mapping every trembling inch of skin he uncovered. Ben's eyes never leaving Lottie's face, even when Sabine took him in her mouth with slow, worshipful precision. Lottie's back arching as Nikolai's fingers finally slipped beneath lace and found her slick and ready and aching. The jealousy was exquisite, a bright, living wire stretched between them. Ben's voice cracked across the room, raw and commanding. "Look at me, Lottie." She did. Nikolai chose that exact moment to slide 2 long fingers inside her, curling them with devastating accuracy. Lottie's cry shattered the air. Ben's answering groan was pure agony and triumph. They came apart within seconds of each other, Lottie on the piano with Nikolai's mouth sealed to her throat, and Ben's name on her lips. Ben on the bed with Sabine's raven hair clenched in his fist, and Lottie's eyes burning into his. Afterward, the room exhaled. Nikolai lifted Lottie down from the piano and pressed a chaste kiss to her wrist, gratitude, respect, farewell. Sabine rose from the bed, licked a final taste from her lips, and smiled at Lottie like a woman who had just been given the honor of a lifetime. Then they melted back into the shadows, leaving only the two who had started it all. Ben and Lottie met in the center of the mirrored floor, clothes half-fastened, skin flushed and marked and luminous. Ben cupped her face with shaking hands. "Tell me you're still mine," he whispered, voice shredded. Lottie answered by kissing him so thoroughly the mirrors steamed again. "I was never more yours," she said against his mouth, "than when you let her take you apart while I watched." They stumbled to the bed together, collapsing in a tangle of limbs and laughter and tears. Much later, when the candles were only stubs and the frost outside had begun to glow with coming dawn, Lottie traced the fresh marks on Ben's chest and spoke into the hush. "Next time," she said. "We don't choose. We let them choose us." Ben's answering smile was slow, wicked, and utterly unafraid. "Then God help us all," he murmured, pulling her closer. "Because the house is starving." Saturday, 8 February. The invitation was no longer written. It was whispered. No names, no numbers. Only a single line sent to a private list that had grown like ivy in the dark. "Come if you dare. The house will decide who touches whom." 24 souls arrived through the frost, breath pluming white in the cold. The west wing had swallowed another room, the winter conservatory, its glass walls fogged and dripping, orchids blooming obscene and white under heat lamps, the air thick with wet earth and night flowering jasmine. The mirrored ballroom now opened directly into it. No doors, only arches draped in black velvet so heavy it drank sound. Tonight there were no assigned partners, no careful negotiations. Only one rule, spoken by Lottie in a voice that rang like crystal struck at midnight. Ask. Listen. Respect the no. Everything else belongs to the house. Then the lights dimmed to a single crimson glow, and the music began something slow and atonal, like a heartbeat learning to sin. It happened faster than anyone expected. A woman Lottie had never seen before, tall, skin like moonlit bronze, eyes lined in gold, crossed the floor and stopped in front of Ben. She did not speak. She simply held out her hand. Ben looked at Lottie across the sea of bodies. Lottie's answer was a slow, regal nod and a smile sharp enough to cut glass. He took the stranger's hand. At the same moment, two men, twins, dark-haired, identical down to the scar on the left cheekbone, approached Lottie. They moved in perfect synchrony, as if they had rehearsed this moment in dreams. "May we?" They asked in unison, voices low and accented with something Eastern European. Lottie's pulse roared in her ears. She glanced at Ben, already being led toward the conservatory by the bronze-skinned woman, his shirt half unbuttoned, eyes locked on Lottie with ferocious devotion. She turned back to the twins and answered with a single word. "Yes." The house took over. Bodies moved like tide, no choreography, only instinct. Someone's mouth found the hollow beneath Lottie's ear while another set of hands slid her dress from her shoulders in one fluid motion. She caught glimpses in the mirrors. Ben on his knees in the conservatory. The bronze woman's fingers threaded through his hair as she guided him with exquisite slowness. Sabine and Nikolai entwined on a velvet chaise, watching Lottie with twin smiles of approval. Valentina laughing as Dante and Gabriel took turns kissing bruises into her throat. Jealousy was no longer a spike. It was the air itself, thick, electric, intoxicating. Lottie lost track of hands, of mouths, of whose breath was whose. She only knew that every time pleasure threatened to pull her under, Ben's eyes found hers across the room, across bodies, across mirrors, across the chaos, and anchored her. At one point she was lifted onto the piano again, Nikolai's piano, back arched over cool ebony, wrists gently pinned by the twins while a third stranger, a woman with silver-streaked hair and a voice like smoke, knelt between her thighs and worshipped her with slow, reverent strokes of tongue and fingers. Through the haze, she saw Ben watching from the archway, shirt gone, chest marked with fresh mouth prints, eyes black with storm and absolute love. Their gazes locked. He mouthed a single word across the distance, mine. She came so hard the piano lid rang like a struck bell. Later, minutes, hours, the frenzy slowed into something almost tender. Guests drifted away in pairs and trios, leaving only echoes and the scent of crushed orchids. Lottie found Ben in the conservatory, barefoot among the dripping leaves, skin gleaming with sweat and candlelight. He opened his arms without a word. She walked into them, legs still trembling, and let him carry her back to their bedroom, the one room that had never been open to anyone else. They did not speak until the door closed behind them. Then Ben laid her on the bed, climbed over her, and rested his forehead against hers. "Tell me you're still here," he whispered, voice shattered. Lottie wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him home. "I was never anywhere else," she said. "Even when the whole house had me, I was only ever with you." They made love slowly, desperately reclaiming every inch the night had borrowed, marking each other with teeth and tears and whispered vows. When dawn finally crept through the curtains, pale and apologetic, they lay tangled and utterly spent. Ben traced a bruise on her collarbone, someone else's mouth print, and smiled against her skin. "Next time," he murmured, "we invite 30. Lottie laughed, soft, wicked, incandescent. "Next time," she answered, "we let the house decide how many doors stay open forever." Outside, the frost began to melt from the glass. Inside, Harrowgate House purred, well-fed, well-loved, and already planning the next feast. March arrived like a conspirator, wet pavements gleaming under street lamps, the scent of early hyacinths rising from window boxes. Every morning the postman left a small, dangerous stack of ivory envelopes on the silver tray in the hall. No return addresses, only the faint embossed iris in the corner, some wax seals crimson, some black, some gold. Lottie gathered them at dawn, barefoot in one of Ben's white shirts, hair still tangled from the night before. She carried them to the winter breakfast room where sunlight spilled across the table like warm honey, and she opened them one by one with the same reverence she once reserved for love letters from Ben himself. They were not love letters. They were surrender notes. From a duchess in Belgravia, I have worn decorum like a shroud for 30 years. Let me breathe your air just once. From a barrister whose name appeared daily in the Times, my wife and I have spoken of nothing else since December. We will kneel if we must. From a 29-year-old violin prodigy and his patroness twice his age, we have heard the house sings. Teach us the words. From an anonymous someone who enclosed a single black feather, I no longer recognize the woman in my mirror. Bring her back to life or finish her off. Either will be mercy. Some begged. Some commanded. Some simply sent photographs, bare shoulders, blindfolds, wedding rings glinting against unfamiliar skin, with nothing written at all. Lottie read them aloud to Ben each morning while he drank coffee black as sin and watched her with eyes that still carried the previous night's bruises. She sorted them into 3 small lacquered boxes on the table. Yes, perhaps never, this one stayed empty. Neither of them had the heart for refusal yet. By the end of the month, the yes box overflowed. Ben traced the edge of one envelope, heavy cream stock, sealed in gold wax with the crest of a minor European royal house. 38 requests, he said quietly. We said 30 and stopped counting. Lottie's laugh was soft, almost shy, an expression he hadn't seen on her face since their first night together years ago. I want them all, she confessed, cheeks flushed. I want the house so full of desire it creaks at the seams. I want to walk through the rooms and not know whose hands are whose until I feel yours find me in the dark. Ben set his coffee down, circled the table, and pulled her into his lap. Then we stop pretending there are limits, he murmured against her throat. We give the house what it's begging for. He reached for a fresh sheet of their heavy black stationery and began to write in his elegant, slanted hand, the spring equinox 20 March dusk until dawn no masks. No names required. Come as you are. Leave as you wish you always had been. At the bottom, he added a single line in Lottie's looping script. The West Wing is hungry. Feed it well. They sealed 47 envelopes that night, some addressed, some left blank for strangers to find in discreet locations. The reading room of the London Library, the private boxes at Covent Garden, the confessional of a certain Mayfair church that had stopped asking questions years ago. On the morning of 19 March, Lottie stood at the tall windows and watched frost melt into the first tentative green. Behind her, Ben wrapped his arms around her waist and rested his chin on her shoulder. "Tomorrow night," he said, voice rough with anticipation, "the house will have more souls under its roof than it has ever known." Lottie turned in his arms, rose on her toes, and kissed him slow and deep. "Good," she whispered against his mouth. "Let it gorge. Let it remember what it was built for." Outside, London woke to an ordinary Thursday. Inside Harrowgate House, every mirror gleamed, every candle waited, and the west wing opened its doors wide enough to swallow the sky. Lottie carried the ivory envelopes to the winter breakfast room alone, the house still asleep around her, the only sound the soft pad of her bare feet on cold parquet and the faint rustle of paper against her thighs. She shut the door, leaned back against it, and let the stack spill across the table like a deck of forbidden tarot cards. Then she began to read. The first envelope trembled in her fingers as she broke the crimson seal. "I dream of your house every night. I wake wet and aching and ashamed of how much I want to be unmade inside your walls. Please." The words slid under her skin like warm oil. She pressed her thighs together beneath the white shirt, Ben's shirt, and felt the answering throb low in her belly. Another. "My husband no longer recognizes the sounds I make in my sleep. He asked whose name I was whispering. I couldn't tell him it was yours, Charlotte Ravencroft. Let me say it aloud in your mirrors instead." Lottie's breath caught. She closed her eyes, and the fantasy unfolded behind her lids with merciless clarity. She saw herself standing in the center of the mirrored ballroom on the night of the equinox, naked except for the diamond chain at her throat and the crimson iris pinned at her hip. 47 strangers formed a slow, reverent circle around her, 47 mouths waiting for permission. She lifted one hand, just one, and the circle tightened. A duchess in pearls knelt first, lips brushing the inside of Lottie's wrist with the devotion of a penitent. Then the barrister and his wife, both on their knees, pressing open-mouthed kisses to the soft skin of her inner thighs, tasting the salt of her want. The violin prodigy, barely 29, eyes huge and dark, leaned in to catch her mouth in a kiss that tasted of youth and desperation, while his patroness, silver-haired and regal, traced the line of Lottie's spine with cool, experienced fingers. She imagined surrendering to all of them at once. Hands everywhere, some gentle, some bruising, all reverent. Mouths mapping every secret inch of her body until pleasure became a single, continuous note she could no longer separate from pain or love or worship. She pictured herself on her knees in the conservatory, surrounded by orchids, taking the bronze-skinned woman between her thighs while the twins took turns kissing her breathless. She pictured Ben watching from the archway, always watching, his eyes black with pride and jealousy and the fiercest love she had ever known. Another letter. "I am sending you my wedding ring. Keep it until the night you let me earn it back with my tongue." Lottie's knees buckled. She sank into the chair, legs spread shamelessly wide, Ben's shirt riding up to her hips. One hand slipped between her thighs without conscious thought, fingers finding slick heat and circling slowly, deliberately, as she read on. "I want to be the last mouth you kiss before you come. I want to be the first mouth you kiss after. I want to watch my wife come apart on your husband's cock while you hold her hand and tell her she's beautiful. I want to be ruined so completely that decorum becomes a foreign language." Each confession was a tongue against her skin, a hand sliding higher, a mouth closing over a nipple already aching beneath the cotton shirt. She was panting now, hips rolling against her own fingers in slow, greedy circles. She imagined the night itself. 47 bodies filling every room of the West Wing until the air was thick with breath and jasmine and the wet sounds of surrender. She imagined walking naked through the crowd, letting every guest touch, taste, take just once as she passed. A mouth on her breast from a stranger whose name she would never learn. Fingers inside her from a woman whose husband watched with tears in his eyes and gratitude in every trembling breath. She imagined being lifted onto the piano again, legs spread wide. Every guest taking turns kissing her there, just one kiss each, one slow, deliberate press of lips and tongue, until she was sobbing with overstimulation and still begging for the next. She pictured Ben in the center of it all, surrounded by his own constellation of worshippers, letting them bring him to the edge again and again, but never over, not until she gave permission. She pictured crawling to him across the mirrored floor on shaking knees, pushing through the crowd, and taking him in her mouth while 47 strangers watched the exact moment he remembered who he belonged to. The fantasy crested. Lottie came with a low, broken cry that echoed off the breakfast room walls, thighs clamping around her hand, back arched so violently the chair creaked. Wave after wave rolled through her, each one carrying another stranger's mouth, another whispered confession, another surrender. When it finally ebbed, she was trembling, tears on her cheeks, Ben's shirt soaked with sweat and her own release. She laughed, shaky, wild, utterly unashamed. She gathered the letters into a single, reverent pile and pressed them to her chest like sacred relics. Then she walked upstairs on unsteady legs, pushed open the bedroom door and found Ben still asleep, one arm flung across the empty side of the bed where she should have been. She crawled over him, straddled his hips, and waited until his eyes fluttered open, sleepy, confused, then instantly, fiercely awake. "I read them all," she whispered, voice hoarse from crying out alone. "Every single one." Ben's hands settled on her thighs, thumbs tracing the damp evidence of what the letters had done to her. "And," he asked, voice rough with dawn and desire. Lottie leaned down until their mouths were a breath apart. "I want to kiss every single one of them," she confessed, the words trembling with truth and hunger. "I want to let them ruin me and thank them for it. I want to be so open, so generous, so utterly surrendered that the house itself comes when I do. And I want you inside me when it happens, always you, so that every moan they pull from me still belongs to my husband first." Ben's answering groan was pure reverence. He flipped her beneath him in one swift motion, pinned her wrists above her head, and slid into her with a single deep thrust that felt like coming home and starting a war at the same time. "Then we give them everything," he rasped against her throat, hips already moving in slow, punishing strokes. "We let the house gorge until it bursts. We let them take and take and take until the only thing left is us naked, shaking, more in love than any of them will ever understand." Lottie wrapped her legs high around his waist and met him thrust for thrust. "Promise me," she gasped, nails scoring down his back. "Promise me we never close the door again." Ben's mouth found hers, kissed her until she tasted blood and forever. "Never," he vowed. "The West Wing is ours now, and we are its." They came together with the letters scattered across the floor below, the house listening at every keyhole, the equinox only 11 days away and already breathing down their necks. Afterward, Lottie lay sprawled across Ben's chest, tracing idle patterns through the sweat on his skin. "I'm going to greet them at the door myself," she murmured, voice soft and deadly serious. "Naked except for the diamond chain and the iris. I want the first thing they see to be the woman who invited them to devour her." Ben's arms tightened until she felt his heartbeat through her own ribs. "And I'll be right behind you," he said, "ready to remind every single one of them who you come home to when the night is over." Lottie smiled against his throat, slow, wicked, incandescent. "Then God help them all," she whispered, "because I have no intention of being gentle with their fantasies." Outside, London rain began to fall, soft and relentless. Inside, Charlotte Ravencroft surrendered completely. Not to the 47 strangers waiting in her future, but to the life she had chosen, the love that had grown large enough to hold an entire house full of desire, and the woman she had finally, gloriously become. 20 March, the spring equinox. The house was alive in a way it had never been before. 47 guests moved through the west wing like blood through new veins. Orchids dripped from the conservatory ceiling. The mirrored ballroom glowed crimson and gold. Every room was open, every surface draped in black silk or velvet, every candle lit until the air itself shimmered. Lottie stood at the threshold of the mirrored ballroom exactly as she had promised, naked save for the diamond chain at her throat and the single crimson iris tucked behind one ear. Her skin was luminous under the low light, every curve and shadow an invitation. Ben stood behind her in the doorway, fully dressed in midnight black, hands in his pockets, jaw set like carved marble. Tonight he had made a single request, quiet, almost shy, spoken only to her at dawn. "Let me watch, just watch. I need to see what we've built through your body alone." Lottie had kissed him slow and deep, tasting the tremor in his restraint, and whispered, "Then watch me burn, darling, and remember you're the one who struck the match." Now the guests parted for her like water. She walked forward barefoot across the mirrored floor, and the circle closed behind her. Ben stayed in the shadows, back pressed to the wall, heart hammering so hard he felt it in his teeth. The first touch came from Sabine, raven hair loose, emerald silk pooling at her feet. She knelt, pressed a reverent kiss to the soft skin just above Lottie's diamond chain, then rose and passed her gently to the next pair of hands. A slow, deliberate procession began. Every guest, some strangers, some familiar, was allowed one touch, one kiss, one moment of worship before yielding her to the next. A duchess in pearls traced the curve of Lottie's spine with trembling fingers and whispered thank you against her shoulder blade. The barrister and his wife knelt together, one kissing each of Lottie's wrists as though taking communion. The violin prodigy, eyes huge and wet, brushed his lips to the hollow of her throat and left a single tear behind. The bronze-skinned woman from February cupped Lottie's face and kissed her slow and deep, tasting salt and surrender. Ben watched it all. He watched mouths he didn't know map the body he had memorized years ago. He watched hands that had never earned the right stroke his wife like she was something sacred. He watched Lottie's head fall back, eyes fluttering shut, lips parted on silent pleas that grew louder with every new worshipper. And something inside him cracked open wide, irreversible, exquisite. Pain first, sharp, bright, almost blinding. The sight of another man's tongue tracing the line of her hip bone made his fists clench until nails drew blood from his palms. The sound of her broken moan when twin mouths closed over her breasts at once nearly brought him to his knees. Then pride, vast, tidal, overwhelming. She was radiant. She was his. And she was letting the entire room see exactly how magnificent his wife became when she stopped pretending to be small. Jealousy and devotion braided so tightly he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He only watched, chest heaving, eyes burning with unshed tears and helpless, ferocious love. Lottie's gaze found him across the room again and again, always him, even when her body was surrounded, even when her back arched under unfamiliar mouths, even when her thighs trembled and parted for fingers that weren't his. Each time their eyes locked, she mouthed the same silent vow, "Still yours." At some point the procession dissolved into pure chaos. Lottie was lifted onto the vast central bed, surrounded by bodies that moved over her like waves. Hands pinned her wrists gently above her head. Mouths worshipped every inch of skin they could reach. Someone's fingers slid inside her and curled with devastating precision, while another mouth closed over the peak of her breast and sucked until she cried out. Ben's vision blurred. He tasted copper, had bitten his lip without realizing. He was harder than he had ever been in his life, aching behind the prison of his trousers, and still he did not move. Because this was the gift she had given him, the privilege of seeing her exactly as the world now saw her, unashamed, limitless, luminous. And the privilege of knowing that when the night ended, every tremor those strangers coaxed from her body would still belong to him alone. Lottie came the first time with a stranger's fingers inside her and another's tongue on her throat, her eyes locked on Ben's across the room. The second time she came with Sabine's mouth between her thighs and the violin prodigy kissing her breathless, her gaze never leaving her husband's. The third time she came silently, violently, surrounded by so many hands and mouths she had lost count. And she stretched one trembling arm toward Ben as though reaching for the only anchor in a storm-tossed sea. That was when he finally broke. He crossed the floor in 4 strides, guests parting for him like they understood on some primal level that the king had returned to claim his queen. He climbed onto the bed fully clothed, pushed through the worshippers with gentle but implacable hands, and gathered Lottie into his arms. The room stilled. He pressed his forehead to hers, breathing hard, tears finally spilling. "Look at me," he rasped. Her eyes glazed, wrecked, incandescent, opened and found his. "I saw everything," he said, voice raw and shaking. "I saw you become a goddess tonight, and I have never been prouder or more in love with you in my entire life." Lottie's answer was a broken sob and a kiss that tasted of salt and 47 strangers and the purest truth they had ever known. The guests melted away, quiet, reverent, understanding that some moments belonged only to 2. Ben laid her down in the center of the ruined bed, stripped off his clothes with shaking hands, and slid into her slowly, carefully, as though entering a cathedral for the first time. They made love in the wreckage of the night, slow, deliberate, reverent. Every thrust a vow, "I saw you. I still choose you. I will choose you every single time." When dawn finally bled through the high windows hours later, they lay tangled and utterly spent among scattered petals and melted wax. Ben traced a bruise on her throat, someone else's mouth print, and smiled against her skin. "Next time," he whispered, voice hoarse with love and wonder. "I don't watch. Next time I'm in the circle with you. Next time we burn together." Lottie's answering laugh was soft, wicked, and utterly unafraid. "Then God help the house," she murmured, pulling him closer. "Because we're only getting started." Late April. The invitations had stopped being paper. They were simply known. The West Wing was now open every 3rd Saturday, and the list had grown so exclusive that a single nod from Lottie or Ben was worth more than a title in certain circles. Adrian had become a constant. Tall, silver-templed, winter sea eyes that looked as though they had seen every secret a woman could keep and still wanted more. He arrived with his wife Celeste on his arm, cool, blonde, amused. But the moment the doors closed, Celeste drifted toward whichever new constellation caught her fancy, and Adrian's gaze found Lottie like a compass finding north. He never asked. He simply waited, patient, inevitable, until Lottie crooked a finger or met his eyes across a room thick with bodies and candle smoke. Ben noticed everything. He noticed the way Adrian's hand settled at the small of Lottie's back with exactly the right pressure, possessive, but never presumptuous. He noticed the way Lottie's breath caught when Adrian whispered something against her ear that made her laugh low and filthy. He noticed the way Adrian kissed, slow, deliberate, like he was memorizing scripture written on her skin. And he noticed the way jealousy had stopped being a knife and had become a drug. The first time Adrian took Lottie against the mirrored wall while Ben watched from 3 feet away, Ben's fists had clenched so hard his knuckles cracked. The second time, he had to leave the room for 10 minutes and come in the dark corridor like a schoolboy, biting his own wrist to stay quiet. By the 5th Saturday, he realized he was arranging the lighting himself so he would have the perfect view of Adrian's dark head between Lottie's thighs. Tonight the house was fuller than ever, almost 60 now. The conservatory had spilled into the old library. Books had been pushed aside to make room for silk-covered mattresses and low tables of champagne. Lottie wore only the diamond chain and a smile. Adrian found her in the mirrored ballroom, where the piano had been pushed against one wall and Nikolai was playing something slow and devastating. He didn't speak. He simply dropped to his knees in front of her, pressed his mouth to the soft skin just above the chain, and waited. Lottie threaded her fingers through his silver threaded hair and looked straight at Ben across the room. Ben was leaning against a pillar, arms folded, jaw tight, eyes burning. Their gaze locked. Lottie's smile was slow, wicked, and utterly devoted. She mouthed a single word, watch. Then she let Adrian lift her onto the piano lid, spread her thighs, and worship her with the kind of patience that should have been illegal. Ben didn't move. He watched Adrian's tongue trace slow, deliberate patterns that made Lottie's back arch like a drawn bow. He watched her head fall back, throat exposed, diamond chain flashing with every ragged breath. He watched her come the first time with Adrian's name on her lips and Ben's name in her eyes. And the ache, the exquisite, humiliating, perfect ache, bloomed so violently in his chest he had to grip the pillar to stay upright. Celeste appeared at his side, cool hand on his arm, amused smile. "She's magnificent, isn't she?" Celeste murmured. "He'll ruin her for an hour and hand her back to you glowing. You should thank him." Ben's laugh was rough, almost broken. "I do," he rasped. "Every fucking time." Later, much later, when Adrian had carried a trembling Lottie to the central bed and laid her down like an offering, Ben finally moved. He climbed onto the mattress, fully clothed, pushed through the small circle of watchers, and knelt between Lottie's spread thighs while Adrian still knelt at her head, kissing her slow and deep. Ben looked up at Adrian, no anger, only raw, stripped-bare honesty. "May I?" he asked, voice hoarse. Adrian's smile was soft, almost tender. "She was always yours," he said, and stepped back. Ben slid into Lottie in one slow, deliberate thrust, burying himself to the hilt while she was still pulsing from Adrian's mouth. Lottie's cry was his name, only his, and it cracked something open in him that would never close again. He fucked her slowly, reverently, eyes locked on hers while Adrian watched from the edge of the bed, winter sea eyes dark with respect, and something that looked very much like love. When they came together, always together, Lottie's nails scored down Ben's back hard enough to draw blood, and she sobbed into his shoulder. "I love you most when you let him break me and then put me back together." Ben's answering confession was whispered against her throat, raw and shaking. "I love you most when it hurts this much." "I'm addicted to the ache, Lottie. I never want it to stop." Adrian leaned down, pressed one final kiss to Lottie's temple, permission, gratitude, farewell, and melted back into the crowd. Ben and Lottie stayed tangled on the ruined bed long after the candles guttered, trading slow, lazy kisses that tasted of salt and Adrian and absolute trust. Eventually, Ben traced the faint marks Adrian had left on her throat and smiled against her skin. "Next time," he murmured, "I want him to take you while I'm inside you. Both of us. I want to feel you come apart around two men who would kill or die for the privilege of touching you." Lottie's answering laugh was soft, wicked, and utterly unafraid. "Then make the invitation, darling," she whispered, "because I've decided the ache is my favorite part, too." Outside, London rain began to fall again, soft, relentless, washing the city clean. Inside, the queen of Harrowgate House and her willing, aching consort planned the night they would finally set jealousy itself on fire and dance in the flames. From the moment Adrian's knees touched the parquet in front of her, Lottie felt the shift inside her chest, not a flutter, but a slow, deliberate opening, like a flower that had decided to bloom at midnight and never close again. She had expected to feel triumph. Instead, she felt reverence. Adrian looked up at her winter sea eyes steady, mouth already soft with anticipation, and waited. He always waited. That was the secret of his power he never took. He was given. Lottie let the silence stretch until the entire room seemed to hold its breath with him. Then she threaded her fingers through his silver, threaded hair and guided him forward. The first touch of his mouth was a prayer. The second was a claiming. She had been worshipped before, devoured before, adored beyond reason. But with Adrian, it was different. He tasted her like he was translating her body into a language only he and Ben would ever fully understand. Every slow circle of his tongue felt like he was writing Ben's name on her skin in invisible ink that only jealousy could read. And Ben was reading. She felt his gaze the way other women feel sunlight scorching, constant, impossible to escape. She looked up through the haze of pleasure and found him exactly where she had left him, back against the pillar, arms folded so tightly the seams of his jacket strained, jaw clenched so hard she could see the muscle leap. His eyes were black with storm. She smiled, slow, wicked, devoted, and let her head fall back as Adrian slid 2 fingers inside her and curled them with devastating precision. The moan that tore from her throat belonged to both of them. Ben's reaction was immediate, visceral. His entire body jerked as if she had touched him. A low, animal sound escaped his throat, half growl, half sob. His hands dropped to his sides, fingers curling into fists so tight the knuckles blanched, then opened again like he didn't know whether to stride across the room and tear Adrian away or fall to his own knees and beg to be allowed closer. Lottie watched it all through the golden fog of approaching climax. She saw the exact second the pain transmuted into something brighter. Ben's eyes filled actual tears, glittering at the edges of his lashes. His lips parted on a ragged breath. He took one involuntary step forward, then stopped himself, swaying like a man standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing he wanted to jump. Adrian chose that moment to suck gently on the small, sensitive bundle of nerves that lived just above where his fingers moved inside her. Lottie came with a cry that shattered the air, hips bucking against Adrian's mouth, back arched so violently the diamond chain bit into her skin. Her eyes never left Ben's. In that suspended heartbeat she saw everything, the moment jealousy stopped being fear and became worship. The moment pain became pleasure so intense it looked like agony. The moment Ben understood that watching Adrian unravel her was not losing her, it was owning her in a way no one else ever could. When the waves finally ebbed, she was trembling, tears on her own cheeks now. Adrian pressed one last reverent kiss to the inside of her thigh and rose, stepping back with the grace of a man who knew exactly when his part was finished. Lottie held out one shaking hand toward Ben. He crossed the floor in 3 strides, guests parting like smoke, and dropped to his knees at the edge of the piano lid, burying his face in her lap with a sound that was half sob, half prayer. His shoulders shook. Lottie cradled his head, fingers threading through his hair the same way she had threaded them through Adrian's minutes earlier. "I felt you," she whispered, voice raw. "Every second he had me, I felt you holding the tether. You didn't just watch, Ben. You possessed me more completely than anyone who touched me tonight." Ben's answer was muffled against her skin, broken and fierce. "I've never been so jealous in my life," he rasped. "And I've never been so in love with you. The ache, God, Lottie, the ache is the most honest thing I've ever felt. I want it. I want him to break you open again and again if it means I get to be the one who puts you back together." He lifted his head then, eyes red-rimmed, fierce, utterly defenseless. "Invite him back whenever you want," he said, voice shaking with truth. "Make him your favorite. Let the whole fucking house see how magnificent you are when you let someone else ruin you. Just never stop coming home to me afterwards." Lottie pulled him up, kissed him slow and deep and filthy, tasting herself on his tongue and Adrian's devotion in the tremor of his lips. "Never," she vowed against his mouth. "You're my home, Ben. Adrian is just the most beautiful detour I've ever taken." Ben laughed, wet, shattered, incandescent, and rested his forehead against hers. "Then God help me," he whispered, "because I'm addicted to the detour now." From across the room, Adrian lifted a glass in silent salute, winter sea eyes warm with understanding. Lottie smiled, slow, regal, utterly possessed, and curled her fingers through Ben's. The queen and her willing, aching consort had found their perfect balance. And the house, ravenous, approving, purred around them like a cat with cream on its whiskers. The candles had burned low, leaving only a ring of molten gold around the mirrored ballroom. Everyone else had drifted away, sated, reverent, knowing when the stage belonged to 3. Adrian stood at the foot of the vast charcoal bed, shirt unbuttoned to the waist, silver temples catching the light like frost on obsidian. Lottie lay in the center, legs still trembling from Ben's earlier reclamation, diamond chain glinting with every shallow breath. Ben sat in the shadows on a low velvet chair, fully dressed again, one ankle crossed over the opposite knee, fingers steepled the picture of aristocratic restraint. Only the pulse hammering in his throat and the unmistakable ridge straining against his trousers betrayed him. Adrian's winter sea eyes flicked to Ben, silent question. Ben's answer was a single, slow nod and a smile that cut like glass. Adrian turned back to Lottie. He crawled onto the bed with the deliberate grace of a panther, settled between her thighs, and simply looked at her for a long, suspended moment. "Tell me what you want, Charlotte," he said, voice low enough to vibrate through her bones. Lottie's answer was to spread her legs wider and arch her back in shameless invitation. Adrian's mouth curved, devastating, reverent. He lowered his head and tasted her in one long, slow lick from entrance to clit, groaning at the mingled evidence of her earlier pleasure and Ben's possession. Lottie's hands flew to his hair, hips rolling up to meet his tongue. He took his time, licking, sucking, teasing until she was writhing, thighs clamped around his ears, diamond chain cutting crescents into her collarbones from the force of her arching. Ben watched every second, pupils blown wide, breath coming in harsh, audible pants. When Adrian slid 2 thick fingers inside her and curled them hard against that spot that made her see stars, Lottie's cry cracked the air. Adrian lifted his head just long enough to meet Ben's eyes over the trembling landscape of her body. "She's close," he said, voice rough. "May I take her over?" Ben's answer was a growl that belonged to a wolf, not a gentleman. Make her scream my name while she comes on your tongue." Adrian's smile was pure sin. He sealed his mouth over her clit, sucked hard, and crooked his fingers in a ruthless rhythm. Lottie shattered, hips bucking wildly, a raw, broken "Ben" torn from her throat as the orgasm tore through her like lightning. Before the aftershocks had even faded, Adrian rose up on his knees, freed himself with shaking hands, and looked at Ben again. Ben stood, crossed the room in 3 strides, and spoke directly against Adrian's ear, quiet enough that only the 3 of them heard. "Inside her. Now. I want to feel you through her when I take her next." Adrian's breath hitched, the only sign the unflappable consort had ever given of being undone. He pushed into Lottie in one slow, relentless glide, burying himself to the hilt. Lottie's second cry was wordless, her nails raking down Adrian's back hard enough to draw blood. Adrian began to move deep, deliberate strokes that dragged over every sensitive place inside her, his eyes locked on Ben's the entire time. Ben watched, unblinking, one hand pressed to the front of his trousers as if holding himself back by sheer will. When Lottie came again, clenching around Adrian so hard he groaned her name like a prayer, Ben finally moved. He climbed onto the bed behind Adrian, wrapped one arm around the other man's chest, and spoke against the shell of his ear. "Hold still." Then he reached between them, gathered Lottie's slick heat on his fingers, and painted it over himself before sliding into her alongside Adrian, slow, careful, impossible. Lottie's eyes flew open on a silent scream. 2 men inside her, one her husband, one her favorite, both stretching her to the exquisite edge of too much. They moved together, slow, careful, perfectly synchronized, Adrian's thrusts shallow to make room, Ben's deeper, claiming. Lottie came a 3rd time instantly, body locking around them both, tears streaming down her temples. Ben's voice was shredded velvet in her ear. "This is what you do to us, Lottie. You make 2 men who would burn the world for you share the same heartbeat inside your body." Adrian's answering groan was reverent, broken. When they finally spilled into her, Ben first, then Adrian seconds later, it felt like the house itself exhaled. They collapsed in a tangle of limbs and sweat and shaking breath. Adrian pressed one final kiss to Lottie's throat, then to Ben's shoulder, gratitude, surrender, farewell. He rose, dressed silently, and left without another word, knowing his place had never been to stay. Ben gathered Lottie close, buried his face in her hair, and whispered against the damp skin of her neck. "Next time we invite him to stay the night. I want to wake up with both of you in our bed and decide who takes you first while the sun comes up." Lottie's answering laugh was soft, wrecked, incandescent. "Then write the invitation, darling," she murmured, fingers tracing the marks they had both left on her skin. "Because the Queen has decided her favorite consort deserves more than stolen hours." The candles guttered out one by one. In the sudden dark, 3 heartbeats slowed into the same ancient rhythm, 2 in the room, one already promised for the next equinox. And the West Wing purred, well pleased with its queen and the beautiful, aching kingdom she was building, one devastating surrender at a time. May crept in on a tide of wisteria and whispered poison. The first sign was silence. Invitations that had once arrived like clockwork, dinner at the Harringtons, Scott boxes, charity galas where Lottie's laughter used to be the brightest currency, simply stopped. Envelopes no longer appeared on the silver tray beside the more discreet ivory ones. Old friends suddenly had previous engagements when the Ravencrofts were mentioned. Then came the letters, not the hungry, worshipful kind. A cream card from Lady Functional Illness Agatha Marchmont, delivered by hand, my dear Charlotte. I am sure the rumors are exaggerated, but one must protect one's daughters. I trust you understand. A note from Ben's former school friend, now a junior minister, old man. Some rather colorful stories are making the rounds at White's. Probably nonsense, but perhaps a quiet word before it reaches the papers. Lottie read them in the morning room, sunlight slanting across the marble like judgment. She should have felt shame. Instead, she felt the most delicious, electric sting like champagne poured over a fresh bruise. She carried the notes upstairs to the bedroom where Ben was knotting his tie in front of the mirror. "They've finally noticed," she said, dropping the little pile on the dressing table like a winning hand. Ben glanced at the top card, lips thinning for a heartbeat, then curving into a slow, dangerous smile. "Good," he said, voice velvet and steel. "Let them choke on it." Lottie stepped behind him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and rested her chin on his shoulder so they both faced the mirror. "Do you know what I feel?" she asked their reflections. "Tell me." "Free," she whispered. "Deliciously, gloriously misunderstood. They think we're ruined. They have no idea we've never been more whole." Ben turned in her arms, cupped her face, and kissed her slow and filthy until she was breathless. "Then let's give them something to misunderstand properly," he murmured against her mouth. That night they dressed for the opera, Lottie in backless crimson silk that made the diamond chain at her throat look like a collar of captured fire. Ben in midnight black, the faint shadow of a love bite just visible above his collar. They arrived late, deliberately. The foyer hushed as they walked through, heads turning, fans fluttering like startled birds, whispers rising in a venomous tide. Lottie felt every stare like fingers trailing down her bare back. She smiled, slow, regal, untouchable, and let Ben guide her to their box with a hand that rested low and possessive on the curve of her spine. Inside the box, the curtains were already drawn for privacy, but she left them open. Let them look. During the first act, she sat forward in her chair, chin high, crimson silk slipping from one shoulder. Every time the soprano hit a high note, Lottie let her eyes drift half-closed in deliberate, remembered pleasure. Ben watched her more than the stage, thumb tracing idle circles on her knee through the slit in her gown. At the interval, the knocks came, curious dowagers, scandalized matrons, men whose eyes lingered too long on the marks Adrian had left on her throat the previous Saturday. Lottie received them all with the serene poise of a queen holding court in exile. "Yes," she said softly to one particularly pinched-faced countess. "The rumors are true. We open our house to beauty in all its forms. You should try it sometime. It does wonders for the complexion." The woman fled crimson-cheeked. When the final curtain fell, Lottie stood and let her wrap slide from her shoulders, revealing the full expanse of bare back and the faint, perfect bruises that bloomed like dark roses along her spine. She felt Ben's sharp inhale behind her. In the carriage home, he pulled her into his lap and kissed her until the city lights blurred. "They hate us," he said against her throat, almost laughing. "They're terrified of us," she corrected, fingers already working his shirt buttons. "There's a difference." Back at Harrowgate House, the West Wing was already waiting, candles lit, sheets turned down, Adrian's quiet knock scheduled for midnight. Lottie paused in the entrance hall and looked up at the portrait of some long-dead Ravencroft ancestor who had once been whispered about for keeping a mistress in every capital in Europe. She smiled at the painted face. "We've outdone you, darling," she murmured. Then she took Ben's hand and led him toward the light and heat and scandal they had chosen over respectability. Outside, Belgravia closed its curtains and pretended not to hear the distant sound of a woman laughing like a woman who had finally been set gloriously, unapologetically free. Saturday, 31 May. Midsummer's Eve bled into the small hours. The West Wing had outgrown doors. They had taken down the last physical barriers weeks ago. Now the entire upper floor flowed like one vast, breathing creature, mirrored ballroom, conservatory, library, music room, every bedroom stripped of its original purpose and reborn in black silk and candlelight. Tonight there were no invitations at all. Only the ones who already knew the way. 73 souls drifted through the rooms, some masked, some bare-faced, some wearing nothing but the marks of previous nights. Adrian and Celeste arrived first, as always. Gabriel followed, alone and devastating. Sabine and Nikolai came together, hands linked like conspirators. The bronze-skinned woman, the twins, the Duchess who had once begged on ivory paper, all of them, and more. The house had chosen its own constellation. Lottie stood at the very center of the mirrored ballroom, naked except for the diamond chain and a single black ribbon tied around one wrist, the signal that tonight she belonged to no one and to everyone. Ben stood at her side, shirt unbuttoned, eyes black with anticipation. They had agreed on one thing only: tonight the house would decide the order of worship. No rules, no safe words. Only surrender. The music began, Nikolai at the piano, something slow and pagan that sounded like a heartbeat learning to sin. Then the circle closed. Hands reached for Lottie first, gentle, reverent, hungry. Someone's mouth found the hollow of her throat. Another set of lips closed over her nipple through the cool night air. Fingers traced the diamond chain, then lower, parting her, slipping inside her with exquisite care. She was lifted effortlessly and carried to the vast central bed that now occupied the exact heart of the house. Ben followed, shedding clothes as he walked, eyes never leaving her. They laid her down like an offering. Adrian knelt at her head, cradling her face, kissing her slow and deep while Sabine's mouth mapped the inside of her thigh. Gabriel and the bronze woman took her wrists, pinning them gently above her head. The twins knelt between her legs, taking turns tasting her with identical, devastating precision. Lottie lost track of time, of names, of anything that was not pleasure, and Ben's gaze burning across every inch of her skin. Ben did not touch her yet. He stood at the foot of the bed, surrounded by his own worshippers, Celeste's cool hands on his chest, Valentina's crimson nails scoring down his back, Nikolai's mouth at his throat. But his eyes never left Lottie. He watched her come the first time with Sabine's tongue inside her and Adrian's fingers circling her clit. He watched her come the second time with Gabriel's cock in her mouth, and the twins' fingers stroking that perfect spot inside her until she sobbed. Each time she shattered, she looked for him, always him, and found him watching with tears on his cheeks and the most ferocious love she had ever seen. When the third climax threatened to pull her under completely, she stretched one trembling hand toward him. Ben moved instantly. He pushed through the circle, climbed onto the bed, and slid into her in one deep, claiming thrust while she was still pulsing around the fingers that had just broken her. The room exhaled. He fucked her slowly, reverently, while the others watched, some touching themselves, some touching each other, all of them understanding that this was the moment the house had been waiting for. Lottie wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him deeper. "I felt every single one of them," she gasped against his mouth, "and every single one of them was you." Ben's answering groan was raw, worshipful. "Then feel me now," he rasped. "Feel the only one who ever gets to keep you." They came together, silent, shattering, absolute, her nails drawing blood down his back, his teeth marking her shoulder in the exact place Adrian had kissed an hour earlier. When the storm passed, the guests melted away, quiet, reverent, knowing the ritual was complete. Ben and Lottie lay tangled in the wreckage of the bed, candle stubs guttering, mirrors fogged with breath and heat. He traced the fresh constellation of marks across her skin and smiled against her throat. "The house has its third," he murmured. Lottie's answering laugh was soft, wrecked, incandescent. "Then let it keep us," she whispered. We were never meant for anything smaller. Outside, London slept beneath a thin veil of summer rain. Inside, Harrowgate House settled around its masters, sated, proud, and already dreaming of the next claiming. The West Wing was no longer a wing. It was a kingdom, and its queen and consort had finally, completely, irrevocably taken the throne. Saturday, 21 June. The summer solstice, longest day, shortest night, and the night they chose to crown themselves. They sent no invitations at all. Word had traveled far beyond London now, Paris, Rome, Lisbon, New York. The ones who were meant to come simply came. At dusk, the great front doors of Harrowgate House stood open for the first time in living memory. No masks, no discretion, only a single instruction whispered at the threshold by Lottie herself, barefoot in a gown of liquid gold that left her back and most of her legs bare. Tonight we are not guests. Tonight we are witnesses. 111 souls crossed the marble, some titled, some nameless, some already trembling with anticipation. The entire house had been transformed. Every ground floor room flowed into the next, drawing rooms stripped of furniture and strewn with black silk cushions. The winter conservatory now a jungle of orchids and candlelight, the grand staircase draped in crimson velvet like a tongue leading upward. At the very top, the West Wing had swallowed the East. The master bedroom, once their private sanctuary, stood open for the first time, its vast four-poster dressed in midnight silk and nothing else. Lottie and Ben waited there. She wore only the diamond chain and the black ribbon that had become her crown. He wore nothing at all. They stood at the foot of the bed, hands linked, and watched the procession arrive. No one spoke. They simply formed a silent, reverent circle around the bed. Adrian and Celeste, Gabriel, Sabine and Nikolai, Valentina and Dante, the bronze woman, the twins, the Duchess, the violin prodigy, and dozens more whose names Lottie had moaned in the dark and whose faces she now knew by heart. When the circle was complete, Lottie stepped forward. She raised one hand, and the house itself seemed to hush. "Tonight," she said, voice clear and ringing like a bell struck inside every chest, "we stop pretending there is a difference between who we are in this house and who we are in the world. Tonight we crown what we have become." She turned to Ben. He dropped to one knee, not subservience, but coronation. Lottie placed her hands on either side of his face and looked out at the circle. "This is my king," she declared. "The man who watched me burn and chose to burn with me. Everything you have touched, tasted, taken from me, he allowed. Everything you will ever touch again, he will allow, because he trusts my fire more than he fears it." A ripple went through the circle, awe, hunger, recognition. Ben rose, took her hand, and turned her to face him. "And this," he said, voice rough with love and absolute possession, "is my queen, the woman who opened every door in this house and then opened herself wider than the house could ever contain. Everything you have worshipped, adored, ruined, she invited. Everything you will ever worship again, she will invite, because she trusts my love more than she fears your desire." He lifted the black ribbon from her wrist and tied it slowly, deliberately around his own. Then he kissed her slow, filthy, reverent in front of 111 witnesses. When they broke apart, the circle closed. Hands reached for them both, no hesitation, no permission needed now. They were lifted onto the bed together, king and queen, husband and wife, fire and keeper of the flame. Adrian's mouth found Lottie's throat while Gabriel's hands slid up Ben's back. Sabine and Celeste took turns kissing Lottie's breasts until she was sobbing with pleasure. Nikolai knelt between Ben's thighs and took him deep, while Valentina's crimson nails scored possessive lines down Lottie's hips. They were worshipped in tandem, every touch mirrored, every moan echoed, every climax shared. Lottie came first with Adrian inside her and Ben's mouth on her breast, and the entire circle watching her shatter. Ben followed seconds later, spilling down Nikolai's throat while Lottie's fingers tangled in his hair and her voice broke on his name. They never stopped touching each other. Even when other mouths and hands and bodies moved over them, their fingers stayed laced, their eyes stayed locked. Hours blurred. The solstice sun rose somewhere beyond the curtains, painting the room in fragile gold. When the last guest finally slipped away, sated, silent, transformed, Lottie and Ben lay alone in the wreckage of the bed, crowned in sweat and candle wax and each other. Ben traced the black ribbon still tied around his wrist and smiled against her temple. "The world will never understand what we just did," he murmured. Lottie turned in his arms, pressed her forehead to his, and laughed, soft, wicked, utterly unafraid. "Let them call it scandal," she whispered. "We call it coronation." Outside, London woke to the longest day of the year. Inside, the king and queen of Harrowgate House slept tangled in the ruins of their kingdom, crowned, claimed, and finally completely, eternally free. The house had its sovereigns, and the sovereigns had their house. There was nothing left to open, only everything left to rule. Sunday, 22 June. The longest day had ended, and the house was finally, blessedly silent. Sunlight poured through the uncurtained windows of the master bedroom, now simply the royal bedchamber, turning the wreckage into something almost wholly black silk sheets twisted like battle standards, melted wax frozen in rivers across the floor, the faint scent of orchids and sex and candle smoke still clinging to the air. Lottie woke first. She lay on her stomach, cheek pressed to Ben's chest, one of his arms locked around her waist as though even in sleep he feared someone might steal her away. The black ribbon was still tied around his wrist. Hers had come loose sometime in the night and now lay across his heart like a fallen banner. She studied him in the merciless morning light. There were new marks on his throat, Adrian's teeth, across his collarbone, Celeste's nails, and a faint bruise blooming on his hip where Gabriel had gripped him hard enough to leave evidence. He looked thoroughly used, thoroughly claimed, and more beautiful than any man had a right to be. She felt the same on her own skin, every inch of her a map of the night's devotion, and for the first time in months, she felt something that was not hunger. She felt peace. Ben stirred beneath her cheek, eyes blinking open to the same golden flood. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other, no masks, no audience, no performance. Then he smiled, small, sleepy, devastatingly tender. "Good morning, Your Majesty," he murmured, voice gravel and smoke. Lottie laughed, soft, cracked, real, and pressed her forehead to his. "Good morning, my king." They stayed like that for a long time, breathing each other in. Eventually, Ben traced the faint imprint of the diamond chain still etched into her skin. "Tell me the truth," he said quietly. "Are you enough, after everything?" Lottie lifted her head, met his eyes, and answered without hesitation. "I have never been more enough," she said. "We opened every door, we let the entire world in. And somehow, in the middle of 100 hands and mouths and eyes, I found the center of myself. And it's still you. It's always been you." Ben's eyes filled, actual tears, shining in the morning light. "I was afraid," he confessed, voice barely above a whisper. "Afraid that if we went too far, there'd be nothing left that was only ours. But last night, when they were all touching us, when I was inside you and Adrian was kissing you and the whole house was watching, I felt more yours than I ever have." Lottie kissed him then, slow, reverent, tasting salt and truth. "We didn't lose ourselves," she said against his mouth. "We found the version that can hold everything, the version that doesn't need to hide." Ben rolled her beneath him, settled between her thighs like coming home. "Then we keep it," he vowed, sliding into her with the ease of two people who had learned every language of each other's bodies. "We keep the crown, we keep the house, we keep the doors open, but we keep this just us sacred." They made love slowly, lazily, in the golden morning light, no audience, no performance, only the quiet, devastating certainty of two people who had walked through fire and emerged holding hands. Afterward, they lay tangled and silent, listening to the house settle around them like a great beast finally at rest. Eventually, Lottie spoke into the hush. "What now?" she asked. Ben smiled against her temple. "Now we rule," he said simply. They rose, showered, dressed in soft, ordinary clothes, jeans and white shirts, barefoot, and walked through the West Wing together for the first time in daylight. The rooms looked different in the harsh sun, rumpled silk, melted candles, a single black feather caught in a corner, yet none of it felt sordid. It felt consecrated. They opened every window. London air, warm, ordinary, alive, poured in and swept the last ghosts of the night away. In the mirrored ballroom, they found a single crimson iris lying on the piano lid. No one knew who had left it. Lottie picked it up, twirled it between her fingers, and smiled. "Next solstice," she said, "we do it again. Bigger, louder, until the whole city knows what a coronation really looks like." Ben wrapped his arms around her from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. "And every morning after," he added, "we come back here, just us. Bare feet, sunlight, coffee, and the quiet knowledge that we are the only two people in the world who know exactly what it feels like to be both worshipped and utterly, perfectly loved." Lottie turned in his arms, rose on her toes, and kissed him slow and deep. "Deal!" she whispered. Outside, London went about its ordinary Sunday. Inside, the king and queen of Harrowgate House stood barefoot in their kingdom, crowned in sunlight, bound by a black ribbon and a love vast enough to hold an entire house full of desire, and finally, gloriously, at peace. The doors would open again, but the center would always hold. Monday, 30 June. A week after the coronation, London was sweating under a heat wave that made the pavements shimmer and the gossip columns sizzle. At 9:17 a.m. precisely, a single black card was delivered by hand to every major editor in Fleet Street. Heavy stock. Crimson iris embossed in the corner. No envelope. No return address. Only 3 lines printed in Lottie's unmistakable copperplate. "The West Wing is open every 3rd Saturday. Those who understand already know the way. Those who do not never will." Beneath it, in Ben's slanted hand, "Come curious. Leave transformed, or do not come at all." By noon, the card was being photographed, debated, denounced, and in certain private WhatsApp groups worshipped. By evening, it was front-page news. Mayfair's mystery palace of pleasure, the Ravencrofts, London's new royal scandal. Police powerless as capital's elite vanish into orgy house. Lottie read the headlines over coffee in the sunlit breakfast room, barefoot, wearing nothing but Ben's discarded shirt from the night before. She was laughing so hard tears ran down her cheeks. Ben stood behind her, arms folded, reading over her shoulder with the calm of a man who had already made peace with being damned. "Let them print what they want," he said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "They'll never get inside the truth." Lottie turned the newspaper face down and tilted her head back to look at him upside down. "Then we give them something truer," she said. That night they drafted the first decree. They wrote it together on a single sheet of heavy black paper, words chosen like jewels. "To those who still knock, the House of Harrowgate is sovereign territory. Its laws are 3, consent is sacred. A whispered no ends everything. What is seen here stays here. Break this and be banished forever. The king and queen are the final word. Their pleasure is the only currency that matters. Enter as supplicant or do not enter at all." They signed it jointly, Lottie's looping signature beneath Ben's severe one, pressed the crimson iris seal into fresh wax, and had it framed in plain ebony. The next morning, it was hung in the entrance hall where the old Ravencroft ancestor portrait used to frown. They took a photograph, both of them naked from the waist up, backs to the camera, the decree perfectly scented between their shoulder blades, and sent it anonymously to every editor who had dared to speculate. The headlines the following day were almost reverent. The Ravencroft Manifesto, inside the house that refuses to close its doors, the new religion of Mayfair. The phones began to ring, not with invitations to a Scott or charity balls, but with quiet, trembling requests. A cabinet minister's wife. A Premier League footballer and his model girlfriend. An Oscar-winning actress passing through London between films. A bishop who asked to remain nameless. Lottie read each message aloud to Ben while they lay in bed at dusk, windows open to the warm night air, her head on his stomach, his fingers combing lazily through her hair. She saved the best for last. A single line from Adrian, sent at 23:47, "Tell me the date of the next coronation. I wish to kneel again." Lottie looked up at Ben with eyes that held an entire empire. "Autumn equinox," she said softly. 23 September. We crown the season properly this time." Ben's smile was slow, regal, and utterly wicked. "Then let the realm prepare," he murmured, "because its sovereigns have decided the reign is only just beginning." He rolled her beneath him, kissed the laughter from her mouth, and made love to her with the windows wide open and all of London listening, whether it knew it or not. Somewhere below, in the entrance hall, the first decree caught the last of the dying light and gleamed like a promise and a warning in equal measure. Outside, the city held its breath. Inside, the King and Queen of Harrowgate House began to plan the next unveiling, bigger, bolder, and defiantly permanent. The doors were open, and they were never closing again. 23 September. The first true chill of autumn kissed the windows of Harrowgate House, but inside the air was thick with heat, beeswax, and the low thrum of anticipation. They had not sent invitations for months. They no longer needed to. At 800 p.m., the great front doors opened by themselves, an old mechanism Ben had quietly restored, and the city's chosen spilled in like a tide that had learned exactly where to break. 143 souls crossed the threshold. Some arrived in limousines with blacked-out windows. Some slipped in through the mews in jeans and hoodies, faces hidden until the doors closed behind them. A famous pop star came masked in gold. A Supreme Court justice arrived with his wife of 40 years and the nervous, luminous smile of a man who had finally stopped lying to himself. They came because the decree had become scripture. They came because the photographs, those carefully leaked, artfully cropped images of Lottie and Ben, backs bare, the first decree blazing between their shoulder blades, had become icons in private galleries and locked phones across 3 continents. Tonight there would be no circle, no procession, no beginning and no end. Tonight the house itself was the ritual. Every room on every floor was open and lit. Every bed, chaise, rug, and shadowed corner had been prepared. The only rule was the one that had always been: consent is sacred. Lottie and Ben did not wait upstairs. They greeted their kingdom at the door. She wore a gown of deep burgundy velvet that left her entire back bare to the base of her spine, the diamond chain glinting like a collar of frozen fire. He wore black, always black, shirt open at the throat, the black ribbon now permanently tied around his left wrist like a wedding ring forged in surrender. They did not speak. They simply took each new arrival's hand, pressed a kiss to the inside of their wrist, a blessing, a branding, and whispered, "Welcome home." Then they released them into the current. By 10 o'clock, the house was a living heartbeat. Moans drifted down the grand staircase like music. Laughter, low, shocked, liberated, spilled from the library. The conservatory had become a tangle of limbs and orchids, glass fogged opaque. Lottie and Ben moved through it all like twin flames. They did not orchestrate. They simply were. In the mirrored ballroom, Adrian found Lottie first, always first. He dropped to his knees in the center of the floor, pressed his mouth to the hollow of her throat above the diamond chain, and stayed there until she threaded her fingers through his hair and pulled him up to kiss her properly. Ben watched from the archway, arms folded, a slow smile curving his mouth. Gabriel appeared at Ben's shoulder, lips brushing the shell of his ear. "May I?" he murmured. Ben's answer was to turn and kiss him slow, filthy, public, then lead him by the hand to where Lottie and Adrian already waited. The four of them became the still point around which the entire house turned. Adrian took Lottie against the mirrored wall while Ben took Gabriel beside them, mirrors catching every angle, every thrust, every broken moan. Then they switched, Ben sliding into Lottie while Adrian's mouth found Gabriel, until the lines blurred and the only thing that mattered was the rhythm they had perfected over months of surrender. At midnight, Nikolai began to play, not in the music room on the grand piano that had been moved to the very center of the entrance hall. The first low, pagan note rolled through the house like a summons. Bodies stilled. Then, slowly, inevitably, they began to move toward the sound. 143 souls gathered in a vast, breathing circle around the piano, some clothed, some naked, some half collapsed against each other. Lottie and Ben stepped into the center. They were both bare now, gown and shirt discarded somewhere in the haze, skin painted in candlelight and the marks of their kingdom. Nikolai played a single, aching chord and let it ring. Then he stopped. Silence fell absolute, reverent. Lottie raised her arms. 143 wrists lifted in perfect, unspoken answer, some wearing black ribbons, some crimson irises tucked behind ears, some simply open and empty and waiting. Lottie spoke into the hush, voice clear and steady and vast enough to fill every corner of the house. "This is the night of the 100 crowns," she said. "Tonight every soul under this roof is royal. Tonight there are no guests and no hosts, only sovereigns. Wear your crown in whatever way you choose. Take it, give it, share it, but never, ever bow again." She turned to Ben. He dropped to one knee, not in submission, but in offering. Then he rose and placed an invisible crown upon her head with both hands. Lottie did the same for him. Then they turned outward and began to crown the circle hand to hand, mouth to mouth, body to body, passing the invisible weight of sovereignty from one trembling soul to the next until the entire house thrummed with it. When the last crown had been given, Nikolai struck a single triumphant chord. The circle broke. The house erupted, not into chaos, but into celebration. Bodies collided, mouths found mouths. Pleasure became a single, continuous note that lasted until dawn. Lottie and Ben never left the entrance hall. They made love on the grand staircase, against the framed first decree, beneath the piano while Nikolai played over and around them, slow, filthy, reverent, royal. When the sun finally rose pale and awed, the house was quiet again. 143 souls slipped away into the morning, changed, crowned, carrying the secret of true sovereignty in their bones. Lottie and Ben stood at the open front door, barefoot, wrapped in a single black silk sheet, watching the last of their kingdom disappear into ordinary London. Ben rested his chin on her shoulder. "Next equinox," he murmured, "we open the gardens. Let the city see its sovereigns in daylight." Lottie turned in his arms, kissed him slow and deep, and smiled against his mouth. "Let them come," she whispered. We have crowns enough for the world." The doors closed not in ending, but in promise. And somewhere inside, the house, now a palace, now a cathedral, now a kingdom settled around its eternal king and queen and waited, patient and ravenous, for the next unveiling. The reign was no longer beginning. It was eternal. 20 December. The shortest day of the year and the night they decided to burn the calendar entirely. Snow fell thick and silent over London, blanketing the city in hush. Inside Harrowgate House, every window blazed. The front doors had been removed weeks ago, literally taken off their hinges and stored in the cellar. There was no longer an inside or outside, only the kingdom. They had not counted heads in months. The house decided who belonged. Tonight it had chosen 211. The great hall, once a formal Georgian entrance, had become a cathedral of fire and ice, chandeliers dripping with icicles of crystal, hearths roaring at both ends, the grand piano painted matte black and pushed beneath the staircase like a sacrificial altar. Lottie and Ben waited at the top of the stairs. They wore white, for the first and only time. She in a gown of winter white silk that clung like freshly fallen snow and left her entirely bare from collarbone to the base of her spine. He in a white shirt open to the waist, white trousers, the black ribbon now a permanent tattoo around his left wrist, inked the morning after the coronation. They looked like winter gods who had decided to fuck the season itself. At precisely 900 p.m., the first notes of Nikolai's piano rolled through the house, low, slow, glacial. The kingdom began to arrive. They came through the open doorway in a river of black coats and white breath, some alone, some in pairs, some in constellations of 3 or 4 or more. Adrian and Celeste, Gabriel, Sabine and Nikolai. He left the piano only long enough to kiss Lottie's bare shoulder and Ben's mouth in greeting. The pop star in gold, the Supreme Court Justice and his wife, a famous ballerina with snowflakes melting in her hair, a tech billionaire who had flown in from San Francisco just for this night. They filled the hall until it breathed. Then Lottie raised one hand. Silence fell like an axe. She spoke, voice clear, calm, absolute. "Tonight is the longest night. Tonight we crown winter itself. There are no kings or queens here except the ones we choose to become in the dark. Take, give, burn. But remember, when the sun rises, we all walk back into the world carrying what we learned here. Carry it proudly." She let her gown fall. It pooled at her feet like melted snow. Ben's shirt followed. They stood naked at the top of the stairs, 211 souls beneath them, breath held, hearts hammering. Then they descended, not as monarchs, as offerings. The kingdom surged forward. Hands reached, mouths opened, bodies pressed. Lottie was lifted effortlessly and carried down the stairs on a tide of worship. Ben followed a step behind, carried the same way. They were laid side by side on the black piano lid, cold wood against fevered skin. Adrian's mouth found Lottie's throat. Gabriel's hands spread Ben's thighs. Sabine and Celeste took turns kissing them both, slow, deliberate, reverent. The night dissolved. There was no center, no edge, only heat and breath and the endless, exquisite exchange of power and surrender. At 300 a.m., the snow stopped falling. At 400 a.m., someone opened the roof windows in the conservatory and let the cold pour in. At 500 a.m., Lottie and Ben were carried, still entwined, still moving together, to the master bedroom and laid beneath a canopy of white fur and black silk. The last of the kingdom followed, forming a silent, reverent circle around the bed. Nikolai played one final piece, something soft and devastating that sounded like the end of the world and the beginning of everything. Lottie and Ben made love in the center of that circle, slow, deliberate, eyes locked, while 211 souls watched their sovereigns crown winter with their bodies. When they came together, always together, the first pale blade of dawn cut through the curtains. The circle exhaled. One by one they knelt, not in submission, in recognition. The Winter King and Queen had claimed the longest night, and the night had claimed them back. When the last guest slipped away into the snow, Lottie and Ben lay alone beneath the fur, limbs tangled, breath slowing. Ben traced a snowflake that had fallen through the open roof and melted on her breast. "Next year," he whispered, voice raw from hours of moaning her name, "we open the gardens in summer. Let the city see its sovereigns under open sky." Lottie smiled, slow, regal, utterly sated. "And the year after that," she murmured, "we take the kingdom on tour, Paris, Rome, New York, wherever the crown fits." Ben kissed her, soft, reverent, eternal. "Then let the world prepare," he said against her lips, "because its Winter King and Queen have decided the reign has no borders." Outside, London woke to a city transformed by snow. Inside, the sovereigns of Harrowgate House slept in each other's arms, crowned in frost and fire, bound by a love that had outgrown doors, cities, and seasons. The longest night was over, but their reign, it had only just begun to burn. Years after the doors came off their hinges, when the legend of Harrowgate House had settled into something between myth and religion, strangers still asked the same question in hushed tones. How can such a marriage survive so much freedom? Lottie and Ben never answered directly. Instead, on certain nights when the fire was low and the snow pressed soft against the open arch, they would invite the curious to sit, pour them a glass of something old and red, and say only this: freedom is not the absence of commitment. It is the presence of choice. We did not open our doors because we stopped loving each other. We opened them because we finally loved each other enough to stop being afraid of what love could hold. There is no single map for a life, a marriage, a heart. Some people build walls and call them safety. Some build bridges and call them trust. Some tear the house down entirely and call the sky their roof. None are wrong. None are the only right. The only sin is letting someone else draw the borders of your desire. The only hell is waking up one morning and realizing you have lived inside a story you never chose. We chose ours, messy, outrageous, terrifying, sacred. We chose to keep choosing every single day, even when it hurt, especially when it hurt. We chose to write our own commandments and never flinch from them. If your love demands locked doors, lock them proudly. If your love demands open sky, throw the hinges away. But whatever you do, choose. Choose consciously. Choose together. Choose again tomorrow. Because no priest, no law, no neighbor, no headline, no ancient rule carved in stone has the right to tell you what shape your joy must take. There is no universal answer, darling. There is only the answer you and your beloved give the dark when it asks. How much are you willing to burn to stay true to yourselves? We answered everything, and in the ashes we found a kingdom vast enough for 2 lifetimes and still growing. So take this story not as instruction, but as permission. Be brave enough to want what you want. Be honest enough to ask for it. Be fierce enough to rebuild the world if necessary so that it fits the size of your love. The rest is noise. The rest is someone else's fear wearing the mask of wisdom. You do not have to wear it. You never did. The end.